Hello. Hello, hello, and also all of the music was from the Tales of games. So unfortunately it was not from Toho. Alright, we're going nuclear. We go nuclear. My power is out. Hello. Dockenheimer. True. And also we're gonna play a magical game called Nuclear Pokemon. Nuclear Pokemon. So that is the thing that we're gonna do. At our leisure. That's true. You're so right, Homeostatic. Thank you, fake Alecal Parker, for the 150 nuclear bucks. All right, let's go. I am going to go nuclear by selecting the bird milk. New thing, going to Discord. Where is the thing? Where are you, fake Alecal Parker? You're here. We're here. We are queer and we're giggling. Nuclear. Oh, Barry, I'm so ready for this. I'm so ready for this, gigglers. Where's the bird milk thing? Here you go. Boom. Okay, listen. I almost made the mistake of leaving the... Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Oh, never mind. That was my mistake that I thankfully did not make. So, hello, everyone. Welcome to the nuclear fallout. How are we feeling, gigglers? How are we feeling? We feeling nuclear? Might have problems with the audio of the game overpowering the videos, but we'll cross that bridge when we are there. Also, I think I will just sort of change the... I think the video deserves the big screen and the game deserves the small screen. Let's watch the intro, shall we? The intro! Meltdown Challenge. Of course it's muted because, I don't know. Why wouldn't it be?
Hello, my name is Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Welcome to my challenge for Lucy Haze, the Fake Alec Kyle Parker Meltdown Challenge. Essentially, while watching the videos I have chosen regarding nuclear stuff, Lucy will be playing Pokemon Uranium, a great Pokemon fan game. So sit back, relax, and may my challenge begin.
This video is sponsored by Masterworks.
Alright, we're gonna start the game and see how the sound is. Also, let me see. Boo! Boo! The Pokemon game does not support no controller support. Oh, gigglers. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, I cannot believe. Oh, come on. I hate that Adam Something chose to accept this sponsorship. Also, well done, Zoshalix. True, we must try it, but I also have to play the game, so show must go on. I'm just gonna have to get over it, I guess. There we go. Choose your game mode. Okay, what do I choose here? I have no idea. Chat, help me. Okay. Okay, I don't want a real challenge. I'm a wimp. If you want me to play the blah, blah, blah mode, you have to donate more. You sure you want to play on this mode? Base steak. Alright, let's go. Hello there, Dalus. We're playing Pokemon Uranium. Are you really want to play this mode? Yes. Let's see how the sound is. It's too loud. Hold on. Apologies, gigglers. This is far too loud. Okay. Listen, this is going to overpower. Yeah, but the What I mean to say is that the game audio is going to overpower the videos that I'm going to watch. I can't have the game overpower the videos that I'm going to watch. We have to turn down the music, I'm sorry. It's time. Music. We're gonna make it like, I don't know, 5%. Oh, okay, it's mute, okay? No music. You don't deserve music. Also, I'm gonna be honest, and I have to make a whole thing about it and like about the Polish government, okay? Polish government makes me so afraid of nuclear energy, okay? The Polish government like just dumped a bunch of toxic waste somewhere from Germany or another countries, that they just dumped it in the middle of nowhere where little kids played near the toxic waste because the companies were just created and just I don't know, scam companies were created or something. And long story short, the dump was supposed to be safely stored and it's dumped in the middle of nowhere and it creates a huge hazard. And oh boy, if they cannot handle this sort of waste, I don't trust the Polish government with being able to responsibly handle nuclear waste. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It makes me afraid.
We've all heard of the dangers of nuclear power, the risk of meltdown, invisible but deadly radiation, memories of Chernobyl and Fukushima, an issue so pervasive it birthed—
Chernobyl was a pretty... Yeah, I am nuclear. Or as Dylan would say, nuclear. There's actually a book. That's not the book. I have too many books. There's this book that I have that I didn't manage to read it, not to mention finish it before this stream, but In the Shadow of the Radioactive Cloud by Kamil Dworczak. And it describes the fallout of Chernobyl. So I'm going to start reading it tonight after stream. And I'm going to take notes and I'm going to do a follow-up segment after the challenge. Okay, we're going to make a follow-up segment after the challenge. Forgive my sniffing, practices. So don't worry. We're going to go nuclear. We're gonna go nuclear after this challenge of going nuclear. I remember reading a book called Children of the A-Bomb in middle school. It was a bunch of accounts from children who survived here. That makes sense. There's a whole manga called The Barefoot Gen. Broadly, today's a broad look. The more specific Chernobyl look will be next time, okay? Next stream will be Chernobyl. Well, that's pretty bad, at least with the US, with our nuclear waste, to my knowledge, we fence off the area, but I understand your fears. They're reasonable in such an instance. I mean, they've messed up with other types of toxic waste, so I'm not sure if I trust the government. All right, let's continue. Today's a more broad look. Next time will be more
Die Grünen, the Green Party, one of Germany's largest political forces, with Green parties in general being staunchly anti-nuclear. Following the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the energy crisis, however, these positions have been increasingly questioned. The two disasters, indeed the two disasters most often brought up by anti-nuclear activists, are Chernobyl and Fukushima. These two precedents are used to paint a picture of the danger nuclear power plants pose. However, when looking at the facts, those
Actually, interestingly enough, like I will agree with Adam something a bit here. Like both Chernobyl and Fukushima are not really good case studies of nuclear danger because Chernobyl was caused by incompetence, and believe it or not, actually Fukushima was also caused by neglect. Okay? So they're not really good case studies for the dangers of nuclear power. I mean, well, yeah, they're not. Like, it's more like about the dangers of incompetence if we're going to go there, you know?
Those concerns seem, if nothing else, exaggerated, alarmist even. Or do they? Is there merit to the criticism, and where does that put nuclear power in the middle of the energy crisis? About that, power costs have been hitting historic highs. As a result, we've seen a flurry of government action to try and rein things in. Now, normally, people's income from passive investments would help ease the pain of higher
So, solar and wind are not nuclear.
cost of living. But unfortunately, Goldman Sachs reports that a typical stock-heavy portfolio is expected to flatline at best this year. And so what do you do when inflation is making your savings a bad place to keep?
Of course, there's the argument that it's a bit too late to just build nuclear now, right? We're apparently past that point. We're apparently past the point of no return. Oh, that's an ad read. Oh my god. Okay, we're skipping the ad read.
So, the two examples cited by opponents of nuclear. Let's take a look at Chernobyl first. What happened there? First off, no, the exclusion zone is not Stalker, there aren't any gigantic mutated animals or wondrous radioactive anomalies. The zone is, in fact, one of the best wildlife sanctuaries on the planet. There are wild horses, foxes, a whole lot of animals happily living in the area.
But yeah, solar and wind are not nuclear.
Until the Russians arrived anyway. And the zone itself was at no point abandoned, not even the nuclear power plant. After Block 4 exploded in 1986, Block 2 went on operating till 1991, Block 1 till 1996, and Block 3 all the way till 2000. But what about the radiation? To answer this question, I went and asked Thunderfoot, a PhD researcher and fellow YouTuber.
Thunderfoot? My god. Thunderfoot. Wait, but is Thunderfoot... Okay.
He said, radiation around Chernobyl is comparable to what you get on an airplane at altitude. The plane is more dangerous though due to the whole body dose. Most of the...
Wait, that's actually not entirely true. Like, that's actually not entirely true. That depends on where you are in Chernobyl. There are places in Chernobyl that actually have pretty high, what's the word? Radiation. There's still parts of, in the direct vicinity of the plant that do have.
The remaining Chernobyl radiation is cesium-137. Cesium in the environment isn't a great danger unless you eat it. So there you have it. Chernobyl is generally safe unless you go around eating the local soil and flora. Just 36 years after the world's worst nuclear catastrophe. And this is where the alarmism, sensationalism, and people's general lack of physics knowledge intersect. Photos like this might look scary to the average Joe. Oh, what's this? A chair?
Yeah, but Chernobyl is a big place. And when it comes to a place in the direct vicinity of the explosion, you still have pretty big radiation levels. Like, but you know, you have places where you actually go when you visit Chernobyl, that you get those meters, and there are places where there are pretty dangerous to you to be there for a long time.
Chernobyl mushroom with one of them Genghis counters next to it. 21.88, that sounds mighty high, whatever that is. Nuclear power's bad. That picture is from Pripyat, the city right next to the power plant. The display shows 21.88 microsieverts, which equals 0.02 millisieverts, which is about 1/4 of the dosage you get on a transatlantic flight, which is 0.08. For the sake of perspective, a likely lethal dose would be 5,000 millisieverts, 65,500 times the radiation on transatlantic flights, and 250,000 times that of a Pripyat mushroom. It's not so scary when you put it that way, is it? The destruction of Chernobyl Block 4 itself is also a special case which nowadays couldn't happen in any developed country.
That's actually true, yeah. Because the whole... Oh, he's gonna explain it, I'm sure.
Very briefly, the Chernobyl plant was running Soviet RBMK-1000 reactors, which were cheap and easy to build and maintain, but this also entailed design flaws which were...
It also used graphite instead of water as a conductor, which is like a big flaw.
corrected after the disaster. Basically, the thing was very peculiar, and in order to avoid a runaway thermal feedback loop and potentially a catastrophe, you need reliable equipment and highly trained personnel. Neither of this was present in Chernobyl. On top of that, the Russian Empire, back then calling itself the Soviet Union, has always been notorious for cheaping out and suppressing inconvenient truths such as fatal design flaws in their nuclear reactors, or more recently the actual state of the Russian armed forces. Ever since then, all remaining RBMK reactors have been retrofitted, meaning right now there isn't a single nuclear power plant on the planet which is able to explode like Chernobyl Reactor 4. Fair enough, but what about Fukushima then? Let's talk about that.
Oh, Fukushima was very clearly neglected from what I seen. I actually, it was quite a bit of time ago, but I saw a whole document that very, in great detail explained why it was basically incompetence. That's true, some new static.
Here is 2011. It's the 11th of March, quarter to 15. In 1 minute, the Tohoku earthquake would begin, just 72 kilometers off the coast, lasting for about 6 minutes. The good news is, it didn't happen right under the land. The bad news is, it was a magnitude 9 earthquake, the absolute top of the Richter scale. As it was underwater, it set off an enormous tsunami. Now, the nuclear power plant was right on the coast, but behind wave barriers. And right up to the tsunami, things were in order. Of the 6 reactors, only 3 were operating. The other 3 were shut down for inspections. When the earthquake hit, the 3 operational reactors shut down correctly as intended. However, coolant has to be circulated even after a shutdown, otherwise things can heat up and the reactor can melt down. Since the reactors no longer produced electricity, emergency diesel generators started running the coolant pumps. However, then the tsunami arrived, so large that it broke through the wave barriers and flooded the plant's basement where those generators were located. All generators failed with the exception of reactor 6's, providing enough power to cool both 5 and 6. The first 4, however, were left without coolant and melted down. There were also some hydrogen explosions, so if you see damage on the plant's buildings, it was that. Now you might be asking, how on earth did they not think of the tsunami risk in Japan of all places, with a coastal nuclear power plant of all things? Why did they put the generators in the basement, and how come they didn't know that wave barriers were insufficient for a large tsunami? And the answer is, they did know. The company operating the plant, TEPCO, has received warnings about the tsunami risk from...
Yeah, it was incompetence.
The US Nuclear Regulatory Commission, various Japanese government committees, the Japanese Active Fault and Earthquake Research Center, and 2 separate in-house studies by TEPCO itself. They all came to the same conclusion. If there is a large enough tsunami, the plant's existing defenses will be wholly insufficient, resulting in a disaster. And TEPCO took all these studies and warnings and simply ignored them. Yep. If anything, this disaster has shown us how safe nuclear power plants really are, even in such an extreme environment. Since without decades of gross negligence and lack of oversight,
I mean, it also shows us that we're not safe from incompetence.
the plant would have been fine even during a magnitude 9 earthquake and an enormous tsunami. The earthquake and tsunami killed 19,759, injured 6,242, with 2,553 missing. So how many people died due to the Fukushima nuclear disaster? 1. Yeah. And if you look at the plant on a map, you'll see that the area around it is very much inhabited. People still live there. There's even a 7-Eleven just 1.5 kilometers away from the actual reactor blocks. As you can see, when you actually look at the facts, nuclear power, even nuclear disasters, are suddenly a lot less scary. However, this didn't stop Germany, for example, from
Wait, wasn't the bigger problem with the Fukushima thing that the waters nearby got polluted? Wasn't that a much bigger problem than people dying or people nearby being in danger? Like, wasn't the whole thing that was being talked about when it comes to the Fukushima is like that the water got contaminated?
trying to phase out its nuclear production from 2011 onwards, which resulted in the country's increasing dependence on Russian hydrocarbons, which ended up financing the imperialistic, genocidal conquest of Ukraine. There was a parallel attempt at the so-called Energiewende, a large-scale shift towards green energy sources, but that initiative is now mired in German bureaucracy with no solution in sight. Thus, in order to plug the hole left by the nuclear phase-out, Germany had to resort to lignite, the dirtiest, most polluting, lowest quality type of coal there is. In addition, lignite is mined via open pit mining, turning the environment into an actual wasteland for multiple square kilometers. So there we go. We turned entire regions into wastelands to burn the worst possible fossil fuel just so we can shut down those scary nuclear power plants. Meanwhile, in France,
Yeah.
nuclear power constitutes 3/4 of the energy mix, with 6 new reactors planned in the next 15 years. Poland has also opted for nuclear to replace their notoriously polluting coal power plants. And good
Hold on.
for them. They also opted for
Sort of. Poland is still big on coal, unfortunately. The far-right government is still pretty big on coal.
nuclear to replace their notoriously polluting coal power
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the EU is actually fining Poland over one coal mine that it refused to shut down.
plants. And good for them. There is nothing really wrong with nuclear, and opposition thereof originates either from a lack of knowledge or deliberate spread of sensationalist misinformation. You know, it's easy to report cesium levels exceeding the norm 100 million times when the norm is 0. And regarding nuclear waste storage, it's a pain in the ass, complicated and expensive, but by no means unsolvable, and vastly preferable to dying from the climate catastrophe.
I don't trust Poland with this. Speaking of Poland, yeah, there's a huge ongoing controversy with the discovered huge amount of waste, of toxic waste that Poland has mishandled, let's just say.
Plus, turns out the Chernobyl zone is perfect for large-scale nuclear waste storage, such a facility having been inaugurated a few months before the invasion. Nuclear energy should be the basis of every modern energy mix. It should be used as a stable backbone.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think so too. I do think that it should be a big part of a energy mix, together with sun, wind, and hydro. Yeah.
With renewable energy stacked on top.
Definitely.
This is the surest, most effective way of getting rid of fossil fuels and achieving carbon neutrality in the energy sector. And if you still think nuclear plants are too risky, well, global warming is far riskier. So take your pick. Thank you for watching this.
That is true. I'm not gonna be arguing against that. That's for sure.
Was my video about nuclear power. If you like my content, please consider supporting me on Patreon, and otherwise like and subscribe. And I'll
Why
be
like
seeing
your
you
content?
later.
I don't know. Vaush! Why do you hate nuclear energy so much, Vaush?
Have you talked about Saudi Arabia trying to hold the West hostage with oil again? Will we ever put them on the back foot for a change? Dude, holy shit. I can't believe I might be moved over on this, man. But like if America isn't going to commit to like massive renewable energy or whatever infrastructure, then
I mean,
maybe
the US has the means to just do it, right? Isn't the US like the most richest super country ever? Doesn't the US just have the means to just switch to better energy? I'm playing nuclear. I'm playing nuclear Pokemon.
we should just frack. I don't know, man. Because it's like we get our oil domestically or we get it from foreign sources, and the foreign sources are economies that are entirely reliant on oil production, so they'll fuck us over unless we have the most pro-oil presidents in office. You know what I mean? Like it's like if we're burning the oil anyway, you know? How much of our oil do we get domestically? Where does US get its oil? We get a lot of our own oil. We need nuclear? No. I want renewable. I want nuclear. But as long as we're not getting that, I would rather our oil come from our own sources rather than being held hostage by like fucking theocratic fascists, where a bunch of like pedophile royal princes can only get their billion-dollar a second paychecks if we continue to be completely oil dependent, you know? The US only gets 5% of its oil from Saudi. 5%? The Saudis are lowering prices for Europe, which means global prices will decrease, which helps the US. Wait, I thought I heard that the Saudi government was raising the price of oil. Hold on. Why can't they just get a pie chart? Top 5 countries, Canada, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Colombia. But this is from, no, this is from August 2022. God damn it, this might be complicated. I don't want to know where our imports come from. I want to know what we burn, because we export a lot too. I just, somebody else has a good chart that I can look at. Oh, where oil comes from. God damn, Texas! 42.4%? Top 5 crude oil producing states, their percentage.
Maybe
shares.
that's
God
why
damn.
the US stole
fucking
Texas.
Drilling it out. Holy shit. I thought more came from Alaska. I thought a lot more came from Alaska.
Have the ability to just go
Okay.
renewable. Yeah, that's
Top
true.
5 crude oil producing countries. Yeah, we produce more crude oil than any other country on Earth. More than Russia or Saudi Arabia.
What's
Whatever.
wrong with
This
the
seems
game
really
stream?
complicated. I don't want to run my my mouth off.
Wait, what's wrong with the game stream? Oh, okay. There you go.
I'll try to read up more on it. But do we use it all? Well, if I remember correctly, right now Biden is absolutely burning through our reserves. Yeah, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is getting absolutely nuked right now. I wish it was full of nuclear energy. Is this it? All the reserves will be burned through anyway? I mean, we're doing it pretty quickly. Yeah, geez. And this isn't even up to date. This is, this goes up to,
There you go.
to July 1st. Yeah, this isn't down to 0. See the scale on the y-axis. But, like, the actual thing would go out to here, you know. No, whatever.
Oh my God,
Whatever.
Vouch!
World's ending
Stop
anyway.
talking
Okay.
about the
Me
US.
when I learn about America's oil dependence, but what we're reflecting on right now is the fact that we're not that dependent by nature. Like, we can produce more oil than any other country on Earth. Why don't politicians advocate for the expansion of nuclear energy? Because people are retarded. Because the advocacy for nuclear
Oh
energy
no,
has...
Arthur. But then again, is it incorrect? Maybe. True.
everything to do with like public opinion and nothing to do with the real world. It's 100% an optics game, you know. People have such strong opinions on this shit. Oh, thank you, Akana boy.
I do have
yeah,
strong
here's
opinions on
yeah, here, see.
everything.
U.S. ending stocks SPR of crude oil and petroleum products. See, it's dropping now. Yoink. It's all over. That's true, Cryomancer Cat. Do you think younger generations will be more open to it? I think young people tend to, yeah. It's mostly people who were politically active during,
Nuclear
like, 3 Mile
energy.
Island or Chernobyl in America who are anti-nuclear. It's more like Gen Xers or whatever. No, I guess that'd be the generation before. Whatever. How you guys doing? A nuclear disaster makes a place unlivable for 1,000 years. An oil or gas disaster is fixable within a few years. Okay, I understand you're
Jesus.
saying that, but that's not how it plays out, like, in real life. in real life, oil and gas kill exponentially more people through production than nuclear disasters will. Modern nuclear power plants are really, 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 really safe.
True.
But modern oil and gas, like processing and everything, kill a fuck ton of people by poisoning the world around them.
That's
The main
true.
difference is that, like, nuclear disasters are like big press events, you know? But nobody talks about the tens of thousands of people who die through the pollution or whatever, hundreds of
Because
thousands.
it's
you know?
usually
It's not
that's because it's usually in the places that people don't care about.
like makes for work. It's like mass shootings, right? Like mass shootings represent a tiny, 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 tiny portion of the total gun deaths in America, but people act like it's an epidemic, which it is, like, proportioned to itself, but not relative to actual gun deaths, you know. But mass, like, you know, mass casualty events make for much better, like, news stories, so that's what gets covered, you know. Yeah, we have bad risk assessment, you know. Yeah. Or yeah, car deaths versus plane deaths. Planes are the safest way to travel. Per person, per mile, planes are safer than any other method by far. People die every day by the thousands to cars. But when a plane crashes, that's news for days. Nobody goes on, like, a multi-day, like, news bent for the constant, like, fucking holocaust that is, like, car deaths in the U.S., you know? 46,000 people die every year in crashes on U.S. roadways. And then you gotta include, like, the pollution from the cars and shit. It's like a whole fucking... And then all the people who die from being fat asses because their cities make them drive everywhere, so they never get any exercise.
Wait, is that true? Was Fukushima built in the 70s? When was it built? I actually didn't know that it was built in the... When was it built? 1971. So that's correct, yeah.
Pretty sure trains beat out planes. No, I think planes are safer than trains by a little bit. Trains are much safer than driving. But I think, yeah, trains are 3 times more dangerous than flying. But that's because you're doing it per person, per mile, and planes will take people in the farthest journeys. Also, planes are insanely safe.
That's true
Like,
as
trains
well.
are so much safer than cars. Like, cars are just
Although
so
I'm much more scared of planes than trains.
dangerous that it's like a scaling thing. The main reason why is because if you're in a plane, you can't hit anything because you're in the air.
You can...
If you're in a car or a train,
I mean, technically speaking, if you're on a plane, you can hit a plane. If someone screws up, a plane can hit a plane, technically speaking.
and a mistake happens, congratulations, you're 0 inches away from the thing you can collide with to cause damage, you know? If you're in a plane and anything, like, briefly goes wrong, like, you just stable out. That happens all the times on planes, like, you know, brief, like, shudder, or, like, turbulence or whatever, but you're in the air, so you're fine, you know? Even if it's spooky. Lots in cars with spherical tires. Great idea. Oh, for sure, logical pretzels, yeah. Vosh, you're literally fucking retarded in the subject. Please don't talk about trains and planes like you know what you're talking about. What am I...
Jesus Christ, people are so mean. Oh my god. Damn. Come on. Cool off. Jesus.
supposed to do with this? What am I wrong on? How do I even make fun? I can't even, like, rebuke you because you're not even saying what I'm wrong about. How do I respond to that? Yeah, like, it's like a proportion thing, right? Econo Boy. In the 70s, it was more dangerous, like, per capita, but now there's just so much more driving going on. Because everyone drives everywhere all the time. Planes, keep in mind also, trains probably have a slightly elevated death rate in America just because we underinvest in them a lot, right? Like, planes get well invested in. You know, like, we rely heavily on planes. Trains, not so much. So I'm willing to bet that some of the deaths associated with trains could probably be chalked up to the fact that we don't really budget for them that well. That's just a guess. Like, I don't have the numbers in front of me. That'd be like a feeling that I have. It's dope, Rainbow. Never Econo Boy. Planes and trains have more precautions than cars ever could. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, in a way, like, from a safety perspective, cars are kind of like the end point of the individualization of transportation and safety. Because if a plane crashes or a train crashes, the government or company gets sued, right? But if a car
Yeah.
crashes, it doesn't. Like, basically ever, unless there's some very specific problem with the car. So, like, in a way, it's like all of the problems with car infrastructure, like unsafe interchanges or unsafe crossroads or intersections.
You should watch more often. His chat pokes at him all the. That's not a poke! Like, come on, that wasn't a poke. How
Like
it's more
overly
than
high
a
speeds
poke.
for turns, like poorly marked areas of the road, poor road maintenance. All these things, even though they're a problem with the state, if you die to them, nobody sues the state over it. It's just like, oh yeah, that road is just like that. That road's just shit. Be careful there. But if anything bad happens with a plane or a train, lawsuits get filed out because we recognize that it's an institutional problem with the people responsible for upkeeping that. So it's like the ultimate, individualization, right? Like in the car, like all deaths are your fault, so nobody's liable. This is the same thing that the Tesla does with its autopilot, where like if it's about to crash, it'll relinquish the autopilot. So technically, when you crash and die, it's your fault and not the autopilot's.
Damn.
That's in Teslas, right? Or like they were talking about that,
Yeah.
where like even if the autopilot is going to like fling you into a wall at 70 miles an hour, it just before the collision, it turns off autopilot so that legally you did it. You know, so like even though you were literally directly killed by Elon Musk, like he might as well have personally shot you in the head.
What?
Like he can't be held legally liable. Yeah, like 0.0002 seconds before impact or something. Wait, is that true? Oh, hold on. I think it's true.
You think
Tesla
it's true?
Autopilot shuts off before crash. Yeah, look, literally.
Okay, let's skip to the next video. Jesus, Vaush. Keep on topic, Vaush.
Hey, remember the Orange Man? Yeah, he sucked. He also destroyed an important deal called the Iran nuclear deal. And he clearly didn't know what it was. Shocking, I know. Well, you won't probably believe me. I think you should all still see the proof yourself. So here you go.
Donald
Damn.
Trump's nuclear speech. A rambling, jumbled portion of a Donald Trump speech from July 2016 amused and stunned social media users. By David Mickelson. On the 19th of July 2016.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this Rena? Oh god! This is Rena, isn't it?
2016, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump appeared at Sun City's Magnolia Hall in South Carolina to deliver a noontime speech. The event was an otherwise unremarkable campaign stop, save for one portion of Trump's speech.
Jesus. Fairy heel. Fairy heel.
Transcribed below, in which he apparently started out attempting to criticize the nuclear
Trump is
deal
such a
that the
butthole.
Obama administration negotiated with Iran,
I do
but
remember
veered
that.
into a minute-and-a-half long sentence that spanned his uncle's academic qualifications, his own education, Democrats denying Republicans credentials, the power of nuclear technology, the number of American prisoners freed by Iran in conjunction with the nuclear deal, and the adeptness of Persian negotiators, particularly women, before circling back to how the Iranians killed us in the nuclear deal.
What?
Look, having nuclear. My uncle was a great professor and scientist and engineer, Dr. John Trump at MIT. Good genes, very good genes. Okay, very smart. The Wharton School of Finance, very good, very smart. You know, if you're a conservative Republican, if I were a liberal, okay, if I ran as a liberal Democrat, they would say I'm one of the smartest people anywhere in the world. It's true. But when you're a conservative Republican, they try, oh, do they do a number? That's why I always start off. Went to Wharton, was a good student, went there, did this, built a fortune. You know I have to give my light credentials all the time because we're a little disadvantaged. But you look at the nuclear deal, the thing that really bothers me. It would have been so easy, and it's not as important as these lives are. Nuclear is so powerful. My uncle explained that to me many, many years ago. The power, and that was 35 years ago. He would explain the power of what's going to happen, and he was right. Who would have thought? But when you look at what's going on with the 4 prisoners, now it used to be 3, now it's 4. But when it was 3, and even now, I would have said it's all in the messenger, fellas. And it is fellas because you know they don't. They haven't figured that the women are smarter right now than the men. So, you know, it's gonna take them about another 150
What
years.
the hell?
But the Persians are great negotiators. The Iranians are great negotiators. So, and they just killed us. This is horrible.
What?
The one thing that puzzles us the most about this sprawling statement is this. Donald Trump's late uncle, Dr. John Trump, was indeed a renowned professor at MIT, and among his many notable contributions to science were developing methods for treating cancer through radiation and studying how to radiate deep tumors without harming nearby healthy tissue. But what did he reveal to his nephew about nuclear 35 years ago that it would have been surprising for anyone to think of? My uncle used to tell me about nuclear before nuclear was nuclear, and he would tell me there are things that are happening.
What? My uncle used to tell me about nuclear before nuclear was What does that mean? What?
That could be potentially so bad for the world in terms of weaponry, Donald Trump has claimed.
Imagine having to hear this for 15 minutes. I was wondering if the model was glitching out.
Even though the U.S. had already developed and used nuclear weapons before he was born, 1946. Could anyone have really been unaware or doubtful that nuclear is powerful in the 1980s?
Maybe nuclear was not nuclear when the bomb was developed, and it only became nuclear when Trump's uncle told him about it. Maybe that's what he means. That's true, Miss Ellenware.
When Dr. Trump supposedly informed his nephew of that fact.
Hello, I just want to remind you all that this is the guy that would have won had Bernie or Buster succeeded. I also want to remind you that everything he's saying here is a lie. You probably already knew that, or you should have, but I need to remind y'all so y'all know what to Google in real time.
Read the full transcript of Trump's speech on the Iran nuclear deal. Washington. President Trump announced on Tuesday that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal and is preparing to reinstate all sanctions it had waived as part of the accord. The administration is planning to impose additional economic penalties as well. The decision unravels the signature foreign policy achievement of his predecessor, President Barack Obama, and isolates the United States from its European allies. The following is a transcript of his announcement, delivered from the diplomatic room of the White House.
I remember there was this, the nuclear deal that would just agitate that was cause tension. Hello, Boogie. Hello. Trump is here causing tension.
Trump, my fellow Americans, today, I want to update the world on our efforts to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. The Iranian regime is the leading state sponsor of terror. It exports dangerous missiles, fuels conflicts across the Middle East, and supports terrorist proxies and militias, such as Hezbollah, Hamas, the Taliban, and Al-Qaeda. Over the years, Iran and its proxies have bombed American embassies and military installations, murdered hundreds of American service members, and kidnapped, imprisoned, and tortured American citizens. The Iranian regime has funded its long reign of chaos and terror by plundering the wealth of its own people. No action taken by the regime has been more dangerous than its pursuit of nuclear weapons and the means of delivering them. In 2015, the previous administration joined with other nations in a deal regarding Iran's nuclear program. This agreement was known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA. In theory, the so-called Iran deal was supposed to protect the United States and our allies from the lunacy of an Iranian nuclear bomb, a weapon that will only endanger the survival of the Iranian regime. In fact, the deal allowed Iran to continue enriching uranium and, over time, reach the brink of a nuclear breakout. The deal lifted crippling economic sanctions on Iran in exchange for very weak limits on the regime's nuclear activity, and no limits at all on its other malign behavior, including its sinister activities in Syria, Yemen, and other places all around the world. In other words, at the point when the United States had maximum leverage, this disastrous deal gave this regime, and it's a regime of great terror, many billions of dollars, some of it in actual cash, a great embarrassment to me as a citizen, and to all citizens of the United States. A constructive deal could easily have been struck at the time, but it wasn't. At the heart of the Iran deal was a giant fiction, that a murderous regime desired only a peaceful nuclear energy program. Today, we have definitive proof that this Iranian promise was a lie. Last week, Israel published intelligence documents, long concealed by Iran, conclusively showing the Iranian regime and its history of pursuing nuclear weapons. The fact is, this was a horrible, one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made. It didn't bring calm, it didn't bring peace, and it never will. In the years since the deal was reached, Iran's military budget has grown by almost 40%, while its economy is doing very badly. After the sanctions were lifted, the dictatorship used its new funds to build its nuclear-capable missiles, support terrorism, and cause havoc throughout the Middle East and beyond. The agreement was so poorly negotiated that even if Iran fully complies, the regime can still be on the verge of a nuclear breakout in just a short period of time. The deal's sunset provisions are totally unacceptable. If I allowed this deal to stand, there would soon be a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. Everyone would want their weapons ready by the time Iran had theirs.
Nuclear.
Making matters worse,
Turkey.
the deal's inspection provisions lack adequate mechanisms to prevent, detect, and punish cheating, and don't even have the unqualified right to inspect many important locations, including military facilities. Not only does the deal fail to halt Iran's nuclear ambitions, but it also fails to address the regime's development of ballistic missiles that could deliver nuclear warheads. Finally, the deal does nothing to constrain Iran's destabilizing activities, including its support for terrorism. Since the agreement, Iran's bloody ambitions have grown only more brazen. In light of these glaring flaws, I announced last October that the Iran deal must either be renegotiated or terminated. 3 months later, on January 12th, I repeated these conditions. I made clear that if the deal could not be fixed, the United States would no longer be a party to the agreement. Over the past few months, we have engaged extensively with our allies and partners around the world, including France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. We have also consulted with our friends from across the Middle East. We are unified in our understanding of the threat and in our conviction that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. After these consultations, it is clear to me that we cannot prevent an Iranian nuclear bomb under the decaying and rotten structure of the current agreement. The Iran deal is defective at its core. If we do nothing, we know exactly what will happen.
As good old times when Trump just left the deal and basically created tension with Iran. That's good old times. I remember when that happened. Jesus Christ. Like, I know that it's happened, but I didn't know that Trump coped about it so much. I didn't realize.
In just a short period of time, the world's leading state sponsor of terror will be on the cusp of acquiring the world's most dangerous weapons. Therefore, I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential memorandum to begin reinstating U.S. nuclear sanctions on Iran in exchange for very weak limits on the regime's nuclear activity, and no limits at all on its other malign behavior, including its sinister activities in Syria, Yemen, and other places all around the world.
Wait, didn't we already see that?
In other words, at the point when the United States had maximum leverage, this disastrous deal gave this regime, and it's a regime of great terror, many billions of dollars, some of it in actual cash, a great embarrassment to me as a citizen and to all citizens of the United States. A
America.
constructive deal could easily have been struck at the time, but it wasn't. At the heart of the Iran deal was a giant fiction, that a murderous regime desired only a peaceful nuclear energy program. Today, we have definitive proof that this Iranian promise was a lie. Last week, Israel published intelligence documents, long concealed by Iran, conclusively showing the Iranian regime and its history of pursuing nuclear weapons. The fact is, this was a horrible one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made. It didn't bring calm, it didn't bring peace, and it never will.
Jesus.
In the years since the deal was reached, Iran's military budget has grown by almost 40%, while its economy is doing very badly. After the sanctions were lifted, the dictatorship used its new funds to build its nuclear-capable missiles, support terrorism, and cause havoc throughout the Middle East and beyond. The agreement was so poorly negotiated that even if Iran fully complies, the regime can still be on the verge of a nuclear breakout in just a short period of time. The deal's sunset provisions are totally unacceptable. If I allowed this deal to stand, there would soon be a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. Everyone would want their weapons ready by the time Iran had theirs. Making matters worse, the deal's inspection provisions lack adequate mechanisms to prevent, detect, and punish cheating, and don't even have the unqualified right to inspect many important locations, including military facilities. Not only does the deal fail to halt Iran's nuclear ambitions, but it also fails to address the regime's development of ballistic missiles that could deliver nuclear warheads. Finally, the deal does nothing to constrain Iran's destabilizing activities, including its support for terrorism. Since the agreement, Iran's bloody ambitions have grown only more brazen. In light of these glaring flaws,
I mean,
I announced last October...
I'm gonna be honest, fake Alec Kyle Parker. With Trump, it would be easier to list what is not a lie. Like, I'm gonna be honest. You gave me a Trump speech. It'll be faster to list all the things that are not lies than to list all of the lies, you know?
that the Iran deal must either be renegotiated or terminated. 3 months later, on January 12th, I repeated these conditions. I made clear that if the deal could not be fixed, the United States would no longer be a party to the agreement. Over the past few months, we have engaged extensively with our allies and partners around the world, including France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. We have also consulted with our friends from across the Middle East. We are unified in our understanding of the threat and in our conviction that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. After these consultations, it is clear to me that we cannot prevent an Iranian nuclear bomb under the decaying and rotten structure of the current agreement. The Iran deal is defective at its core. If we do nothing, we know exactly what will happen. In just a short period of time, the world's leading state sponsor of terror will be on the cusp of acquiring the world's most dangerous weapons. Therefore, I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential memorandum to begin reinstating U.S. nuclear sanctions on the Iranian regime. We will be instituting the highest level of economic sanction
that has been ever seen in history. I already know what he'll say. We're gonna do sanctions like the sanctions of which has never been seen before in the history of sanctions. We are the country that is gonna do it. Nobody ever has done before what I'm about to do. And what I do is good. It's very good. It's so good that nobody else had the courage to do what I do. And I did it. And it's the first of its kind in history. There you go. I managed to recreate a Trump speech.
nation that helps Iran in its quest for nuclear weapons could also be strongly sanctioned by the United States. America will not be held hostage to nuclear blackmail. We will not allow American cities to be threatened with destruction, and we will not allow a regime that chants death to America to gain access to the most deadly weapons on Earth. Today's action sends a critical message. The United States no longer makes empty threats. When I make promises,
Is that
I
true?
keep them. In fact, at this very moment, Secretary Pompeo is on his way to North Korea in preparation for my upcoming meeting with Kim Jong-un. Plans are being made. Relationships are building. Hopefully...
That was so. Oh, do you remember the Trump meeting in North Korea when Trump was like, "Oh yeah, I got a super agreement. North Korea promised me to stop, working on their nuclear stuff and any other stuff. I got the deal. It's okay. Everything is okay. The North Korea has been, pacified by me." A few moments later, North Korea is business as usual. A few moments later, North Korea just ignored him and it was business as usual. And he couldn't do anything about it. So embarrassing. We all remember that, don't we? I got such a good deal. North Korea is so understanding, such good partners, and they just ignored him. Amazing. I remember that. It was so good. It was so good. But but Trump is the best negotiator ever, isn't he? Oh boy.
A deal will happen, and with the help of China, South Korea, and Japan, a future of great prosperity and security can be achieved for everyone. As
By me as the president.
we exit the Iran deal, we will be working with our allies to find a real, comprehensive, and lasting solution to the Iranian nuclear threat. This will include efforts to eliminate the threat of Iran's ballistic missile program, to stop its terrorist activities worldwide, and to block its menacing activity across the Middle East. In the meantime, powerful sanctions also go into full effect. If the regime continues its nuclear aspirations, it will have bigger problems than it has ever had before. Finally, I want to deliver a message to the long-suffering people of Iran. The people of America stand with you. It has now been almost 40 years since this dictatorship seized power and took a proud nation hostage. Most of Iran's 80 million citizens have sadly never known an Iran that prospered in peace with its neighbors and commanded the admiration of the world. But the future of Iran belongs to its people. They are the rightful heirs to a rich culture and an ancient land, and they deserve a nation that does justice to their dreams, honor to their history, and glory to God. Iran's leaders will naturally say that they refuse to negotiate a new deal. They refuse, and that's fine. I'd probably say the same thing if I was in their position. But the fact is, they are going to want to make a new and lasting deal, one that benefits all of Iran and the Iranian people. When they do, I am ready, willing, and able.
Yeah, and
Great
he
things
cut
can
off their
happen for Iran,
supplies.
and great things can happen for
Oh
the
my
peace and
God.
stability that we all want in the Middle East. There has been enough suffering, death, and destruction. Let it end now. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, reporter. Mr. President, how does this make America safer? How does this make America safer? Trump, thank you very much. This will make America much safer. Thank you very much. Reporter, is Secretary Pompeo bringing the detainees home? Trump, Secretary Pompeo is right now going to North Korea.
Now, this sounds like it's written by the AI as well. President Trump, how will this make the country safer? It will make the country safer. Thank you very much. Now, that sounds like it's not just read by the AI, but also written by the AI. My God.
He will be there very shortly in a matter of virtual, probably an hour. He's got meetings set up. We have our meeting scheduled. We have our meeting set. The location is picked, the time and date, everything is picked. And we look forward to having a very great success. We think relationships are building with North Korea. We'll see how it all works out. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But it can be a great thing for North Korea, South Korea, Japan, and the entire world. We hope it all works out. Thank you very much. Reporter, are the Americans being freed? Trump, we'll all soon be finding out. We will soon be finding out. It would be a great thing if they are. We'll soon be finding out. Thank you very much.
Oh my god. This is amazing.
Did you guys see this shit?
Is it boring driving down here with all of this? Oh my, there's a traffic jam.
You know what? When it's busy with new people constantly, it's not too bad. But when it's slow and you're by yourself,
Wait, is this the hyper loop whatever thing? That's Dennis' video in the challenge, right? Okay. There you go. Oh my god. Hyperloop.
it kind of gets a little boring sometimes. Just circle.
Doesn't this look great? It's the future of transportation.
Amazing.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you.
If you have an accident, you better pray not to have an accident.
So is there often a lot of traffic here?
No, I think what's happening is the South Hall, the building doors are closed,
Oh, they are?
so no one's going to that. So I think what's going on is
Imagine that sound. Imagine what would happen if someone got a heart attack in the middle of this tube. How would anyone help you? You just die, I guess. The Vegas loop. Oh god, that's great. I guess if you get a heart attack in the Vegas loop, you're screwed.
it's just these two, and that's why.
We live in such a deeply unserious country, dude. American infrastructure is literally just the Simpsons monorail episode ad infinitum. Like, that's it. There's nothing more than that, you know? Like, the whole world can be like, hey, trains work, and they can believe that for hundreds of years, okay? And then America's like, no. What if instead we built a claustrophobic, unsafe underground tunnel where cars link together like the cars of a train, except there's
line.
one driver per car in the train, and there can only be 1 to 4 people in each car of the train. And also, it's not on track, so it's less efficient. And also, if anyone fucks up, everyone in there dies. And also, you can't pass anyone, and there are no like supplemental systems at all. And also, it can carry 1/100th of the people otherwise. And if there's a fire, you all just die. And yeah, like, you know, like, and people bought this. People were like, yeah, dude, what if we spent $8 trillion building a single extra lane underground,
no.
except it doesn't have standard exits like a regular additional lane, and also it's unsafe, and also it costs more, and also it's claustrophobic as fuck. Dude, we get gamer tunnels. We need to look at that one Adam something video. I'm sorry, 1 second. I'll do the, then we'll do those in the thing. We'll do the thing. Just hold on. Starship Earth, it's this. Please, please, guys, please.
Oh man, there he goes again, criticizing Elon Musk. Hasn't he heard about the Wright brothers? Everybody told them that the flying machine was impossible, that humans couldn't fly like birds in the sky. And yet, despite all the odds and naysayers, they did invent the flying machine and they revolutionized our world. The Wright brothers were visionary geniuses. Alright, so this argument comes up over and over and over again when anyone dares to criticize one of Elon Musk's fever dreams. And it's kinda correct, in the sense that people did tell the Wright brothers that the flying machine was impossible, and that they did it anyway, and then it went on to revolutionize our world. That all sounds very nice, but what people usually leave out is that before the Wright brothers' success, hell even after it, there were dozens if not hundreds of failed ideas and just plain dumb concepts. And so bringing up the Wright brothers or any other successful inventors in defense of Elon Musk is actually an argument against Elon Musk, because it shows you that most of these ideas, most of these concepts will not work, and that
Dude, this is the fuckmobile right here. Holy shit, look at that. Get down in this thing.
most
Oh
of
my
these
god.
concepts
Fucking machine-assisted thrusting. Holy shit. Get on top of that bit. Just fucking fly. Just arms and legs out. Just let the bounce take you. God damn, that's good.
I hate Elon Musk so much.
and that there will be a lot of failures before one final success.
Yeah, the Bangcopter.
And so let's talk about the most
Soaking! It's a soaking assist. Shampoo.
Wait,
you're
where's
right,
the
yeah.
nuclear?
It's a soaking assist. This was built by Mormons. You
That's
just
a hyperloop. Where's the Nuclear energy. 2 for 1 stun looks special. Starship Point 2.
Lay on top of them, you activate the device, and it just carries you home, you know? Just takes you the rest of the way.
Hot damn.
That's cheating, dude. God can't see your soaking, but God can definitely see your soaking fuckmobile.
Excruciatingly stupid idea of Elon Musk so far, Starship Earth to Earth.
Interesting. What's that?
No copyright.
What's that
No
supposed
copyright.
to be?
Doesn't this literally just look like one of the endings in like a Civ game? You know what I mean? Like a Civ game or
Sort
like
of, yeah.
what was the other one? The one where all the colonists, like 6 different groups of colonists, get spread across the planet. It was like one of the
Factorio.
4X games. Alpha Centauri. Yeah. Yeah. Does feel like it. I just want to say, by the way, I know we're already in Crazy Town right now, but I love this delusional fucking reusable rocket right here. Look at this.
Show.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, just like that.
Oh,
just
God.
like that, dude. No waste over here.
Oh
Yep,
god,
it's just
I
gonna,
remember that.
It's just gonna do a backflip, and then it just returns to its spot. You know, it just does a little flip. Just plug it back in. That actually works. The concept works. It's just, no, the concept works. It's just the way they show it.
I remember that.
So, this isn't a joke, okay? The premise is that they're going to build rocket stations on barges out in the water outside major cities, and you will go to a yacht that'll take you from the coast to
Amazing.
the rocket. And then the rocket will go up into orbit and take you somewhere else and land on another barge.
And so what's wrong with this concept? What's wrong with the concept of strapping people to intercontinental ballistic missiles and shooting them across the planet? Well, I mean, what's not wrong with it? And so let's go through the main problems one by one. And the first problem being, of course, strapping regular people to fucking rockets. According to the official SpaceX promotional video, the max speed of this thing will be 27,000 kilometers per hour. That would be 7,500 meters per second, which also happens to be the max speed of a Falcon Heavy rocket, for example. And so, as we can see on this Falcon Heavy telemetry graph, in order to reach that top speed, the acceleration goes beyond 3 Gs. And that kind of acceleration can already cause things such as falling blood pressure, limited eyesight, muscle cramps, difficulty breathing, or blacking out. And this problem cannot be engineered away, really, because it stems from humans' biological makeup. You know, it's nice when number go big and number go up, but humans haven't evolved to be flown around in the sky at 3 Gs. You know, in contrast...
Yeah, the funny thing here is that the target audience, because a ticket on one of these rides...
Good luck, older people. Guess you'll just die.
...would be like $8 billion, okay?
What?
Do you guys seriously think your average fucking, like, venture capitalist 85-year-old Murdoch tier ghoul can survive 10 seconds in that rocket at that acceleration? Like, there's a reason why astronauts have to train... Actually, maybe this is based as fuck, dude. Elon's like, yeah, it's gonna work fine. Dude, hello, every single, you know, pharmaceutical CEO. Yes, please. Right on. It's perfectly safe, you know. And then they're all just like puddles on the ground by the time they land on Epstein's
Yeah.
Island or
Oh
whatever.
my god.
Wait, hold on. He might have an idea here.
A normal airplane subjects you to between 0.2 and 0.4 Gs, and even that is not recommended for people with certain medical conditions. So it's safe to assume that only physically fit, able-bodied and healthy people could take the Starship, which already excludes half of the planet's population pretty much. Well, so far things do not look good for the Starship.
So far so
And with
good.
that, let's go on to problem number 2, namely that the rocket will run on fossil fuel. And so, pardon my ignorance, but why do we want to invest in fossil fuel-based
Right. Remember when... Right, no one but people like the billionaires on the devs could afford this nonsense. They have Blue Origin first. Oh my god. I already forgot about the submarine thing.
transportation technology in the 21st century. So based on what I've read, a suborbital flight, which the Starship would do in case of Earth-to-Earth transportation, would require 25% of the fuel of a regular rocket flight, as in going all the way.
Sorry, I'm looking at it right now. Hold on. Positive acceleration stress. Okay, just because it's quite funny. Okay. Positive acceleration stress occurs when the direction of acceleration is along the long axis of the body from head to foot. As acceleration increases, the force exerted in the pilot from 1G to 2G, there's an awareness of increased pressure and a general feeling of heaviness in the seat, hands, and feet. 3 and 4G further increase this sensation, and movement of the extremities become difficult unless the trunk and head are supported. It might be difficult to keep them erect. The internal organs are pulled down in the body cavity, and blood pressure falls. Eyesight may become limited, or there may be total blackout. The legs may feel congested and may have muscle cramps. Breathing may become difficult. If the acceleration is uneven, or if the pilot is inexperienced, there may be mental confusion, disorientation. So this is for pilots, not for, like, rocket pilots, but I think that, like, pilots only undergo high G forces for a short period of time. But if you're in a rocket, you'd be experiencing it for a while, right? Like, if you're in a, like, in order to escape Earth's gravity in a rocket, you would have to... You would have to withstand high G acceleration forces for a pretty long time, I think, right?
Top G speeds.
You only experience G's when you're accelerating? Yeah, but you have to accelerate up to like 15,000 meters per second.
True.
Right?
Top G.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. You'd be doing it for a little while, you know. That's why astronauts stay on their back for launch. Yeah, but you get the point, right? Like the specifics here, I think this would leave a lot of people at puddles, you know.
Alright, so here we have this table with the emissions to payload mass ratio, and as we can see, the Starship can haul 100 tons to low Earth orbit, and what I read in the article is that the CO2 payload column actually specifies the tonnage of CO2
Where's the
emitted
nuclear
per ton
part?
to low Earth orbit. So that means that according to this graph, if we want to take 100 tons to low Earth orbit, that would be 2,700 tons of CO2. Now, since we're staying suborbital, we're going to apply the 25%, and so the number we get for a full Starship at suborbital flights is 675 tons of CO2. That's the approximate amount of CO2 emissions if we take these numbers to heart. And so how much does a normal airplane emit during a transatlantic flight? Well, it turns out the total emissions of an airplane between London and New York is less than 1 ton. Airplanes in general emit 90 kilograms of CO2 per hour. And so if a transatlantic flight takes, say, 8 hours, then we're looking at 720 kilograms of CO2. Meaning that if you take the Starship between New York and London, that would be an almost 1,000-fold increase in your CO2 emissions. Right, so I think I have a winning idea for Elon
fewer
Musk's
people.
$100 million carbon removal competition. Don't use fucking rockets for long-distance flights.
True.
And so let's move on to problem number 3, which
Why would
is
you?
noise. You know, rockets have this attribute of being really fucking loud, and so the
That's
launch
true.
pads would have to be really far from cities. According to the man himself, this would be around 20 miles away from the shore.
20
But if you look at SpaceX's promotional video, well, the thing is right next to the city. Meanwhile, if you were really 20 miles away from the shore, you wouldn't even be able to see the skyscrapers. The coast itself disappears at 12 miles and you'll be at 20. Now 20 miles is about 32 kilometers. And let's say we have a pretty fast ferry to take all the passengers to the platform, like the MS Superfast 11. That thing has a top speed of about 50 kilometers per hour.
Super
And
fast.
so this ties into problem number 4, logistics. That means the ship would need around 40 minutes or so to get
Elon
from
Musk
the city to the
failing at
platform.
logistics.
Now, if
That
we calculate with half an
astounds me.
hour for the passengers to get on and off on both ends, we are looking at 1 hour and 40 minutes just to get from the harbor to the rocket. And in addition to this, you have to put 1,000 people through security. 1,000 being the capacity of the Starship imagined by Elon Musk. So we can be checked.
That's cope, by the way. 1,000? 1,000 people in a suborbital rocket? No fucking way.
True.
Musk lies about his projections on every other single fucking thing he's ever invented. 1,000, that's no shot.
I agree.
Charitable and say that would
Is
be
it 100 and even that's aspirational? Yeah, no, it's not going to be 1,000. I'd be surprised if it was even 100. My guess maximum would be 20 to 30.
about an hour. And then of course once you make it to the platform you would need at least half an hour to get everyone in the rocket safely and settled down. Plus all the luggage would need to be loaded in and
Press F to
secured.
down.
And then once again this exact same procedure
Roger,
on the
press
other
X to
side.
down.
And then we had the half an hour travel time because let's say we're traveling between New York and London. And would you look at that, just getting from harbor to harbor takes 6 hours and 50 minutes. Assuming there are no delays and nothing goes wrong anyway. And so how does this measure up to a regular transatlantic flight? In both cases we assume that we are already at the entrance when we begin our journey, so namely the harbor and the airport. So let's assume that if we take a regular flight, we need 1.5 hours on both ends. And so with a 7-hour 45-minute transatlantic flight, that would mean 10 hours and 45 minutes. That's 4 hours more than taking the Starship. And so have you heard about this thing called the Concorde? Its average flight time between London and New York was around 3 hours and 30 minutes. 4 hours less than a regular flight. And would you look at that, it's the same amount of time as taking the Starship, except you don't have to subject yourself to 3 Gs. Now as we all know the
Or take 1,000 times as much carbon emissions, or build an
Right.
entire network of rocket barges all around the world that you have to park 30 kilometers away from shore so that the force of your rocket taking off doesn't shatter every window in the city.
True.
Concorde of course
It
had
doesn't make
failed for
everybody
multiple
deaf.
reasons, but nowadays there are plans for
Ah.
hypersonic passenger jets. Boeing has one for example with a proposed maximum speed of Mach 5. This would mean that a transatlantic flight would take 2 hours. Now it's a question whether
That's fucked up.
hypersonic flight will ever make sense due to
Wait, but where's
cost
the
and spatial
nuclear?
limitations, but I still find it far more likely than international rocket travel. And with that,
That's
let's
true.
go over to problem number 5, the biggest one, safety. Rockets are somewhat difficult to build, but the concept itself is not complicated, at least not that much. I mean, you already had rockets in medieval China in the 13th century. And modern rockets at the end of the day aren't that complicated either. So this is what a general rocket looks like on the inside. Picture credit goes to me. As you can see, we have a fuel tank, an oxidizer tank, we have 2 pumps pumping both the fuel and the oxidizer into the combustion
Learn up.
chamber that produces thrust, and so rocket go fast. Now a SpaceX thruster, namely the newest Raptor one, is a bit more complicated. It's a so-called full-flow staged combustion cycle rocket engine, pictured here. The main difference
Can
being is
handle the
that instead of
combustion.
2 individually powered
Sounds
pumps,
like
we
a
have
skill
one
issue to
turbine
me.
which runs the 2 pumps both for the fuel
Elon
and the
not
oxidizer,
caring about
and the turbine itself
safety.
is run by fuel-rich
That's
gas
impossible.
from the burner. So this spins the fuel and the oxidizer pumps, and then the fuel-rich gas is routed back into the combustion chamber, thus increasing efficiency.
can that be?
Previously that gas just left through an exhaust pipe and they couldn't burn it, so that's why it's a big deal that they now can. Now, believe it or not, this is actually pretty good. So congratulations to all the engineers who worked on this. However, as far as I know, this still doesn't solve the fundamental issue with rocketry. And it's the combustion chamber. Namely, how do you put together fuel and oxidizer in that little space without the rocket exploding? It's extremely tricky, but now we have it largely figured out. Rockets have indeed gotten much safer, to the point where only 1 in 100 will explode. Meaning your chances of dying are 1 in 100.
Wow.
Now, with airplanes, this number is 1 out of 5.4 million. That means rockets are 54,000 times more dangerous. So in order for the Starship to be as safe as airplanes, you would need to have a single rocket accident per every 5.4 million rocket flights. So what Elon Musk is proposing here is a fossil fuel-based transportation technology where passengers are subjected to 3 Gs, which will shave off 4 hours of a transatlantic flight, and all we need to do for this is make rockets 54,000 times safer. Man, what a genius. What a visionary. Not even
True.
reality or basic mathematics can stop him. You
True.
know, this actually has to be the dumbest thing that Elon
And then, right, we get the content. I think. I can't believe this shit, man. I don't get it.
I can't believe it.
Hey guys, honest question. Yeah, you thought Spirit Airlines was bad. Honest question. I honestly don't know the answer. Okay. You know how like
What is it, Vaush?
the big problem with rockets is that it takes a ton of fuel to go up to break the gravity
Yeah.
and go into orbit, but the fuel is heavy, so the more fuel you have, the more fuel you have to burn to get up there, and it's difficult to break that cycle, you know? It just keeps going up and up, and it's like a very thin margin. I know nuclear engines are a thing for, like, submarines and stuff. Can we get, like, a turbocharged nuclear engine that kind of does, like, a little bit of a nuclear bomb, but not that much? Can we do that? You know what I mean? Because, like...
Maybe.
Regular nuclear engines, okay, they produce a lot of energy very efficiently, but not super fast. And then nuclear bombs produce a lot of energy very fast. So we need a middle ground, okay? We need a middle ground where you're doing like a little bit of a nuclear bomb.
A little bit of a
time.
nuclear bomb. Oh, we're going nuclear.
NASA article on the idea.
Now we got it.
I'm glad NASA has taken my thoughts into consideration. 6 things you should know about nuclear thermal propulsion.
There we go.
More efficient than chemical rockets? Yeah, I figured that. Focused on using low enriched uranium. What pussies? Low enriched uranium. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Imagine not going for the weapons grade shit, okay? I'm talking, you just get 20 pounds
What?
of enriched uranium, and you just smack that shit with a hammer, okay? I would just say
What?
fucking go for it.
I'm sorry, what?
You know what would be super fucked up? You know how you need, like, a really complicated primer system? And really high-grade uranium to trigger
Right.
the reaction that causes an atomic explosion? How fucked up would it be if the rules of physics were just a little bit different, and you didn't need super high-grade uranium? Just, like, regular uranium was sufficient, and you didn't need, like, a highly technical primer. You just needed, like, a strong impact. Can you imagine if, like, back in the dinosaur days, every once in a while, a canyon just gets vaporized?
Oh my
You
god.
know what I mean? Because, like, a rock fell on a fucking uranium deposit
Hey,
or
listen.
something. Yeah, you just need a...
Listen, maybe that's what killed the dinosaurs. Maybe Vosh has figured it out. There was no meteor. There was a nuclear explosion. Vosh has figured it out. What
Stone.
killed the
You have, like,
dinosaurs?
you have, like, cavemen who are, like, sappers or
We got it.
suicide bombers. They've
We
got, like, a
solved
torch
it.
in one hand and, like, a giant glowing rock under their arm. You know? They're like, all right, the enemy tribe is that away, you know? And they just run for, like, 6 days straight with, like, waiting.
True.
The moment they see someone, they just... And then there's just a new lake there, you know? A glowing lake.
And no more dinosaurs.
That'd be good. That wouldn't be good, actually. That would
Curious.
be really bad
Curious.
for all life on Earth, I think. That would be really destructive. Excuse me. What is it called? Fission. Okay, hold on. Last thing we're looking. What is it called? Fission decay work?
Oh?
Is it called fission decay? Is that the thing that happens when we do the thing?
Do the what thing?
Nuclear decay?
The robot.
Okay. Nuclear
Nuclear.
decay.
Nuclear
Stable
decay.
and unstable nuclei. Types of decay. Nuclear chemistry, crash course chemistry. Is this it? Hold on, one second.
Apparently asking if radioactive elements are always decaying into more and more stable isotopes that are eventually no longer radioactive, why are they still around at all? Fascinating question. You seem to have brought your clever pants today. Well, it's
yeah.
fairly
Thank
simple.
you.
Given enough time, all radioactive elements would decay into non-radioactive forms. Even ultra-stable bismuth with its half-life longer than the age of the universe. But elements with short half-lives are around because they were decayed into by elements that recently decayed into them. The chain of decay from the element originally produced and whatever supernova created them to the elements that exist on Earth now lasts billions and billions of years. Also, I should note that some radioactive isotopes like carbon-14 in the atmosphere are constantly being renewed by cosmic rays. Now, radioactive decay occurs when a nucleus has a higher energy level than a potentially more stable version. Typically, this difference in energy is released as what's called ionizing radiation, which you know as radioactivity. It's ionizing because it has enough energy to knock electrons out or add electrons to other atoms, essentially creating ions. There are 3 general types of radioactive decay, each named for exactly what is released from the nucleus as it decays.
Alpha, beta, and gamma, right?
Let's take a look at what may be the most famous radioactive element, uranium. By far the most common naturally occurring form of
Fantastic
uranium
Four.
is the isotope uranium-238. More than 99% of the natural uranium in the world is in this form. U-238 spontaneously decays into thorium-234 in a
That's wild. Isn't that fucked up? Reality shouldn't do that. It's like, oh,
What?
dude, look at this glowing metal that makes you sick if you're near it. Oh yeah, wait a billion years, it'll turn into a different metal. That doesn't track. Yeah, no.
Don't be a whiner,
doesn't
Bausch.
process
Don't be a
that releases
whiner.
something called an
Listen.
alpha particle. This is called alpha decay, and the particle
That's
that
like
it
me.
emits is basically the same as a
What?
helium nucleus, 2 protons and 2 neutrons.
Your
We
alpha
even
decay?
describe it that way when writing it. So right away you can see that the math checks out when it comes to the protons and neutrons. 92 minus 2 is 90, and 238 minus 4 leaves you with 234. But you'll note that we don't write the charges. The helium nucleus obviously has a +2 charge, and the thorium atom would have a negative charge as well. While it's not incorrect to write them, these charges are often omitted to emphasize what's going on in the nucleus. Now, alpha particles have relatively low energy. They're pretty heavy as particles go. So while I try not to make a habit of walking around with a hunk of uranium in my pocket, alpha particles can be stopped by nothing more than a sheet of paper or cloth. The second type of radioactive decay is beta decay, which simply emits electrons. It has
you
somewhat
guys.
higher energy than alpha radiation, but it can still be stopped by aluminum foil or even the top layers of your skin. So that thorium-234 that formed when uranium underwent alpha decay, it can continue to decay on its own, and when it does, it undergoes beta decay, releasing an electron
That's you.
and an atom of xenon.
You're all beta
Notice
decaying.
that, again, the way we write this is a little different. Even though the thorium emits an electron, we don't use the usual symbol for electrons. Instead, we write it in nuclear notation form with the mass number at the top and the atomic number at the bottom. Since it's an electron and not a proton, we put a -1 for the atomic number. That probably seems a little bit weird right now, but next week when we talk about nuclear equations, you will see why it is useful. The third type of decay is a little different because it only emits energy, not a particle. It's called gamma decay, and it releases electromagnetic radiation similar to visible light or UV radiation, but higher on the energy scale. Because it's just energy, gamma radiation has
You see, the guy Vosh is watching is great. I have a video from him you should watch. It's about climate change and it came out this week. We will watch it at some point.
no mass and contains no protons, neutrons, or electrons, so it's written with 2 zeros. This form of radiation is often released when electrons transition from an unstable,
nerd.
excited state to a more stable state that has a lower energy. That's called the ground state. Depending on how much energy the electron loses, the extra energy can be released in the form of visible or ultraviolet light, X-rays, or gamma waves. Let's take the example of nickel-60. Imagine there's an atom of nickel-60 with 1 or more of its electrons in an excited state. That's what the little asterisk designates. Atoms can get to this state when they are themselves the products of radioactive decay, or if they get bombarded with radiation from other reactions, pushing their electrons into a higher energy level. Now, when all those electrons drop down to the ground state, that atom is going to release some gamma radiation. But this kind of transition can also take place where other kinds of nuclear reactions
Okay, hold on.
Hey viewers, today we will be taking a look at what critical mass is.
I want a very fancy. I want to see the thing.
This
Spooky.
photo has no historical value, but it's a recreation of a truly bewildering event. This man was trying to tame the devil. With
Okay,
a
I think this is
screwdriver
gonna do
and
it. This is gonna do it. I can feel it. This is gonna do it.
subsequently brought upon himself
It's 4
a
minutes,
truly
chill.
horrible death.
Oh my god. We're not gonna watch it now,
Okay.
Sugoi. We're doing the
kind of
challenge,
an
the
odd-
nuclear challenge. We still have at least a few
To
videos
truly
to go.
appreciate just how incredible this photo is, we need to understand nuclear chemistry.
Oh,
What's being depicted is a nuclear warhead being checked to make sure it's still ready to explode.
Cool.
Now, I shouldn't have to tell you that poking at a critical nuclear warhead with a screwdriver is a bad idea.
True.
Let's figure out just why this is such an incredible photo. Something happens when atomic nuclei become too big. They become unstable. Sure, it makes sense. Even in our world, things can only get so big. But why do nuclei have a size limit? In a nucleus, you have protons and ideally an equal number of neutrons, all
Right,
smushed really
that's
close
true.
together. Now, this should seem impossible, as the electrostatic repulsion from the like charges of protons should cause them to eject away from each other. but for some reason, they don't. Inside every single proton and neutron
Because of
are
positive
three
forces,
quarks
right?
binding with
Quarks.
each other through the strong force.
Yes.
Now this interaction is almost perfect, but some of the energy being shared breaks containment and stimulates the creation of mesons, which is just
Oh.
a quark-antiquark pair.
I didn't know that.
Mesons are then attracted themselves to specific quarks on the inside of hadrons nearby, essentially pulling them together. Then it quickly annihilates itself and the process is repeated.
Nissan.
This attraction only occurs between proton and neutron. Otherwise, the meson is repulsed by the quarks in the other hadron.
Damn.
This attraction is called the nucleonic force, or nuclear force. But there's another, even stronger force called spin pairing that holds nuclei together. Spin is essentially the alignment
try
or
spinning.
direction
That's a
of the
good trick.
electrical
The whole
fields created
universe.
by particles. If the fields of opposite charges line up, then they can bind together. And if the fields of like charges are opposite, they can also bind. Spin pairing is just about 10 times stronger than the nucleonic force and
Oh.
creates a chain of pairs with this pattern all throughout the nucleus.
Holy shit, no wonder people like JoJo Part 7 so much. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Steel ball run, the secret of the spin.
Now we know
see.
why protons don't just fly away.
Alright.
Nucleonic
We
forces
know
and
that
spin
now.
pairing keep them tied together. But these forces only extend a very short distance. So when our nucleus starts to get really big, the protons out here only feel the attraction of these nearby nucleons, while feeling the repulsion of all the protons. At some point, the repulsion is stronger than the attraction, and this happens to be at lead. Elements larger than lead are no longer stable, and, given enough time, will eventually decay down to lead to lower their internal energy.
That's so fucked up. That, like, everything heavier than lead is temporary. That's super fucked up. Like, hey, just give it a few trillion years, okay? Everything bigger, everything more dense than lead, like, what, eventually, it'll go
mean-
back to being lead, you know? This is why lead was the thing that would block Superman's X-ray, right? Because lead is the densest, stable shit, right?
Maybe. Is that actually
don't
the
know.
reason? Is that actually the reason?
All right, well, I'm gonna believe it anyway.
So what's going on in this photo?
It's only a part of the video, but the Jacob Keller video, Fear of Death, talks about how difficult it is to store nuclear waste. Oh god. And I so don't trust Poland with this. You just made me even more afraid, Arkael. You have made me afraid, Arkael, of the future. You've made me fearful.
Nuclear weapons rely on the principle that unstable atoms are, well, unstable. If left alone, plutonium-239, the material we used in older warheads, will decay into lead after a couple billion years. However, if supplied just a tiny bit more energy in the form of a collision with a neutron, plutonium will completely split into two smaller atoms. Now this cleaving is never perfect, and on average will release 2.9 or 3 free neutrons into the environment.
Fucked
These
up.
neutrons then
True.
have the opportunity to split additional plutonium atoms. This chain reaction can cause nuclear explosions.
Jeez. It's like, hey, look at this. Okay, now do this several quintillion times or so.
It's a good video.
Atoms.
And
It is a
there
good
you go.
video.
Can cause nuclear explosions.
Skadoosh.
But it makes me afraid about the Polish government.
Nuclear explosions, though, are actually rather difficult to create. from
Also, I
these chain
really
reactions.
need to go to the toilet. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. In fact, do the opposite of going away. Get more people here. Tell them the hype. Today we go nuclear. We do the challenge, the nuclear challenge. Also, Arkael joined the page. Like here, like this. So I'm gonna go to the toilet and I'm also going to get dinner. So I'm going to be doing dinner 2 a.m. toilet dinner. Don't go anywhere. Get more people in. Also, it's Pokemon Uranium. Be waiting. When I'm back, we have to have like 15 million people in the audience. Hello. I am back. Have you brought reinforcements? Have you brought more people? Where are the more people? It is 3 times this many people. That's right. Correct.
You need just the right parameters and conditions. If you don't trigger a fast enough chain reaction at the exact right time, you can cause a pre-detonation, which means it gets really hot, really fast, and this heat destroys the material before a substantial amount can fizzle. This will still cause a
I'm
substantial
here.
thermal
Nice.
explosion, but you won't get the value back invested in the processes to make the fuel. Fissile material
Nice.
exists in 3 states: subcritical, critical, and supercritical.
That's the bad
These
one.
each describe the rate at which neutrons trigger additional fission. Subcritical means that for every atom that splits, it produces on average less than 1 additional fission reaction.
The
from
Powerpuff
neutrons it
Girls.
releases. Supercritical means it produces more than 1, and critical means it's balanced and each fission event produces 1 more fission event. Critical mass is a parameter that describes which state a fissile material is in based on multiple variables. Basically, if you choose a value for all of these parameters, critical mass states how much of that material you would need for the neutrons released from one fission event to trigger another. So if we imagined our demon core was 5 kilograms and at critical mass, then if we change a variable to lower the critical mass, then we would have an excess of mass and thus our core would become supercritical. If we increase the critical mass, then the core would become subcritical. Both subcritical and supercritical masses affect reactivity exponentially. So if a material becomes
We're almost done.
subcritical, it will exponentially decay until it turns itself off.
Also consider donating.
Alternatively,
Are you following literally any of this? Because I'm not. Yeah, okay. So I think the thing is that like
Oh my
some
god.
types of uranium, some uranium isotopes are unstable because their cores have too many neutrons and protons packed together for the internal forces to keep them together. And that means that if they're exposed to additional energy, like they get hit with an additional like proton or whatever, it can sort of cause a cascade where it emits more, and then that hits more, and then that hits more, and that you have like billions and trillions and quadrillions and quintillions of little packed together neutrons, sorry, not protons, packed together atoms going off all at once, and that all releases energy. And if you do that all at once, then you have a nuclear bomb. So the difficulty in creating a nuclear bomb
Everything everywhere
is
all
in
at once.
enriching the uranium, right? That's the hard part. Because I imagine that building like the trigger and the primer and all the other stuff around it is, well, not easy, pretty manageable for a government. But enriching the uranium would take like a fuck ton of time and energy and stuff. And like really advanced equipment.
supercritical masses will increase exponentially,
I've got all
until
that.
either causing a pre-detonation or having their critical mass changed by altering one of these variables. Enter Louis Slotin. Today, he's going to make sure the nuclear core, now known as the Demon Core, is still close to criticality.
Why?
To do this, we place a scintillation counter nearby to measure
To
the
find
ionizing
out.
radiation and make sure its rate consistent with criticality. In order to coax the warhead out of sleep, 2 beryllium hemispheres are placed almost around it. Beryllium acts as a neutron reflector and moderator, so that means if a neutron released from fission doesn't encounter another atom on its journey, it can reflect off the beryllium sphere back into the core and try again.
No, but that
As a
makes
result,
it
these
dangerous.
neutron reflectors lower
It's
the
good,
critical
it's
mass of the
okay.
core, and
That's
can actually
okay.
cause it to become supercritical. Normally, these 2 hemispheres are separated by 2 wedges, and this little gap right here is the only thing stopping our nuclear core from becoming supercritical, or starting an exponential nuclear chain reaction.
Wow, I hate that.
Louis Slotin, for some machismo reason, used screwdrivers instead. And as one would expect, eventually, on one occasion, while lowering the top half of the beryllium sphere, the screwdriver slipped out, causing the hemispheres to close together.
Uh-oh.
This caused the sphere to become supercritical and
Uh-oh.
immediately flashed Slotin's body with a lethal dose of ionizing radiation.
Whoops.
Oh.
The heat from supercriticality caused the reaction to slow down briefly enough to give Slotin the opportunity to flip the top half of the core onto the ground, preventing further reaction. For him, though, he was already dead. Slotin
Whoop.
died
What
9
the
days
fuck?
later in agony due to acute radiation poisoning.
I mean,
For me, the most fascinating thing about all of this is just how much a difference this tiny little bit of space made. and how extreme the consequences are from such a small change. On top of this, it's quite mind-blowing the fact that this core was
Whoops.
so precariously balanced at criticality.
What a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, I can't feel any sympathy. This dude is a scientist, and he's working with a fucking nuclear core. He's literally working with the most dangerous thing that exists. And he's like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna fucking bust it up. Yeah, it was a different time. OSHA didn't exist. He literally said, I'm dead right after it happened. That is so fucked, man. Jesus Christ. Apparently all he said after it happened was, well, that's that. Okay, that's Sigma. That Sigma is shit, actually. If you briefly put the bomb hat on top of the bomb ball, and then you're like, well, that's it. You know instantly. Like, yeah, okay.
It was like a game of dare. I mean, Marie Curie Skłodowska died of radiation, but I'm pretty sure she didn't know.
Too brave to live.
Just a tiny push away from something quite extreme. So remember, give
He
yourself
reached around to flip the two halves apart so no one else would die. I just can't believe they didn't have, like, not just wooden wedges, but, like a full fucking safety thing in here. You know, like some serious equipment.
I don't know, a radiation suit?
What if there was some practical jokester running around the office? Like, just remove the two wedges. Like,
Aren't there
whoops,
like radiation suits
here's
or
a
something?
bomb. We're just gonna nuke this fucking office. Holy
A radiation suit's not a thing?
shit. That's so fucked. It was actually metal space. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, trolled. Yeah, like, holy shit. Whoops, nuked the building. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she didn't know. All that stuff was pretty
Here's a better
new
video. We can't
in her
continue.
time.
I will admit, I'm extremely curious right now, but we can't continue the video forever. We're already stun locked as shit. How long
Damn.
was the bomb had on the bomb? It would have, I'm guessing it would have had to be like a second or less, right? Like a really, really, really brief
Yeah.
length of time.
His experimental protocols. In his signature pair of blue jeans
I
and
mean,
cowboy
I don't
boots,
know.
Slotin would perform
Shouldn't he have been doing this whole thing from behind like a wall or something?
the
He wasn't even wearing a shirt!
Jesus.
He was wearing sunglasses! Okay, never mind. This is Chad as fuck. This is Chad as shit. I take it all back.
What? Sunglasses?
criticality tests without the
Oh,
fail-safe
boy.
spacers that would sit on the half spheres and keep it from ever completely closing. Instead, he would put his bare hand on the top half sphere and
fuck.
attempt to lower it using only the blade of a flathead screwdriver. That way, he could get much closer to criticality. And Slotin had successfully completed this experiment dozens of times.
I don't care. Stop.
The
Wow.
afternoon of the accident, Louis Slotin was conducting the same
Oh,
screwdriver
boy.
experiment as 7 other colleagues recorded and watched. It was just like the test before, but for whatever reason, this time, the screwdriver slipped.
Because
The
he's a
moment
human.
The spheres touched, the demon core went prompt critical. The reflected neutrons coming from the plutonium inside the sphere instantly initiated super
Oh, boy.
criticality. Like the Doglian accident, there was a flash of blue light and a wave of the dragon's heat before Slotin could flip the top half sphere off of the assembly. Naturally, the 7 other scientists in the room ran out as fast as they could as the accident occurred, but Slotin shouted them all to get back and tossed them a stick of chalk.
What?
He told them each to mark down precisely where they were standing.
Oh shit.
By establishing their positions
Oh, that's really smart. Yeah, because that would they'd be able to math out how much radiation they were exposed to.
relative to the demon core,
There we go.
Slotin would be able to calculate just how much radiation each person had just absorbed.
Calculate how
and
dead they are.
how much
True.
their lives had just been shortened.
True. Oh my god.
According to physicist Raymer Schreiber, who was present in the room with Slotin that day, Slotin's first words immediately after
I once dropped my screwdriver on my motherboard and I fried my PC. Basically the same thing. Well, At least you didn't fry yourself, right? I mean, you didn't fry yourself, and this guy basically did.
For the incident were, quote, well, that does it. Louis Slotin died of severe radiation poisoning 9 days later at the age of 35. He died in the same hospital as Harry Daghlian Jr. on another Tuesday the 21st as a result of the same accident with the same hunk of radioactive material.
Whoops.
They even were cared for by the same nurse. The demonstration that day was supposed to be the final demonstration with the core before it was used
I mean,
in
it
test
was...
detonation, and
For some, it was certainly final.
it was. In those few moments,
I hope it blew
Louis
up
Slotin
good.
had been exposed to over
That bomb was infused with the souls of the lives that it had taken. It had better blow up
That's
good.
not a soul eater.
1,000 rads of radiation from the neutrons and gamma rays blasting out of the demon core. This is possibly the highest dose of radiation any human has ever taken.
Yeah?
As a comparison, 1,000 meters from ground zero in Hiroshima, the neutron radiation was measured as less than half of what Slotin had absorbed in those fractions of a second. Since 1945, over 60 criticality accidents have been recorded, leading to at least 21 deaths in facilities and labs all around the world. The flash of blue light that so often accompanies these incidents is an
the fact that it literally glows is insane to me. That it's not just something they're adding on for dramatic effect. The fact that it literally, just because they put the bomb hat on, just like that, just instantly it starts glowing. If they kept the bomb hat on,
probably would have exploded, right?
would it detonate on its own, or does it need the primer to do the additional like proton injection? It would just, when it's super critical, it would just like emit a fuck ton of radiation, but it would explode. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I think it would have exploded.
It would
yeah.
heat up and melt. Okay, gotcha. Heat up and melt while emitting an unimaginable amount of radiation.
Okay,
gotcha.
got it.
Not explode.
indication
would melt.
of the invisible radiation being released. As high-energy particles crash through the air, like these particles exiting a cyclotron, they excite the air molecules. The only way for these molecules to return to a lower energy state is to release some radiation of their own, photons of light. But while gases can absorb and re-emit the energy imparted to it by nuclear material, human bodies cannot. Instead, particles and gamma rays flying out of the nuclear cores rip electrons from the molecules that make you up and smash your cellular machinery beyond repair.
Yeah, this is the thing that's fucked up about dying of like radiation or whatever. Radiation kills you in a very different way than everything else that kills you, you know? Like fire and cold and you know, lacerations or whatever, like that all's just like, that just, you know, kills your cells. But radiation will destroy your fucking DNA composition. It doesn't just kill you, it like deletes the ability for your body to recognize what it is it should be doing to heal itself. Like it's a much more fundamental.
Damn.
When enough molecular damage
I have not
is done,
watched Chernobyl
radiation
of
sickness can
HBO.
manifest itself as everything from vomiting and diarrhea to blisters, inflammation, impaired cognition, widespread organ failure, confusion, nausea, high fever, dizziness.
Yeah, it probably goes on for a while.
5 weeks
Probably
later,
does. It probably causes you to experience everything bad a body can experience, right? Like radiation damage, you know,
We have to
depending on
watch
the roll
those
of the dice,
videos.
can basically just make everything bad happen. I think it's hitting you pretty. It's doing pretty much everything.
July
Yeah.
1st, 1946, a
And it
different nuclear
can
core was destroyed
sort of
by a
affect
23
your
kiloton air-deployed
baby if you're
nuclear
pregnant.
weapon over Bikini Atoll. It was supposed
I
to.
imagine it's like the worst way to die. Oh, dude, if I was the scientist, I would have like chalked everyone's location, like done the math, and then like found the nearest like fucking guard to pull a gun out of their hands and shot myself. Yeah, 100%. Fuck that, dude. They were in a military base, right? Doing work on that. There should have been MPs everywhere. Yeah, just fuck that. I am not sitting through 9 days of agonizing. Jesus Christ. But the data, yeah, no, I'll write down all my thoughts at the moment. You know, I'll talk to an interviewer, I'll answer their questions, and then I'll like politely request a gun. You know,
to be the end of the demon core.
Right, yeah.
Instead, the Demon Core was melted down and redistributed throughout the rest of the United States
I will
stockpile,
not dignify it.
effectively getting a brand new half-life. Until next time.
That is
Half-Life.
fucking wild. Oh, we got a cute outro. Oh my god, it's like the Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah. Story time with Kyle.
Hey, handsome. You look like somebody. Who do you look like?
Vosh. Look like Vosh.
You, well, yeah, he looks like Thor, but there's like a
like Vosh.
online content creator who I'm getting vibes from. I feel like he
Vouch.
looks like a mixture
Of Vouch.
Am I thinking of Thorin? No, Thorin is someone else. I think I'm just thinking Thorin because he looks like Thor, so I'm thinking Thorin.
You're thinking Vouch.
Doesn't he look a little bit like American Johnson? Like non-compete? I think there are some similarities.
Maybe
He's got those
you're
very
similar
angular
to
eyebrows.
non-compete.
I always thought
Vouch. Have you considered that?
Maybe a bit like the golden one? Yeah.
Maybe you're like...
Okay, I'm sorry. That was a very unnecessarily long stun lock, and I didn't mean for it to be that long, but I did enjoy it.
Literally Vosh. True. Alright, we did it, Gigglers. Now, on to the next one. No time to lose.
Insert Metal Gear meme here.
Metal
She
Gear.
killed a child. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss.
I am the
One and
best.
only.
Okay, I was referring to maybe showing them the nuclear disarmament ending. Oh well.
UN pushes disarmament talks amid fears that drums of nuclear war are beating again. As United Nations-led talks on nuclear disarmament continued in Geneva, New York, and Vienna,
True.
UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres warned on Sunday that the drums of nuclear war are beating
President
once again.
Sunday.
In a message
Wait, what does President Sunday have to do with this? With this whole suspicious
to
situation?
mark the 78th anniversary of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, Mr. Guterres urged the international community to learn from the nuclear cataclysm
What have you done,
that befell the
President
Japanese
Sunday?
city on the 6th of August, 1945. The drums of nuclear war are beating once again.
Nuclear.
Mistrust and division are on the rise. The UN chief said in a statement to the Hiroshima Peace Memorial, delivered by UN's High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Izumi Nakamitsu. The nuclear shadow that loomed over the Cold War has reemerged, and some countries are recklessly rattling the nuclear saber once again, threatening to use these tools of
Russia,
annihilation.
cough, Russia,
UN
Russia.
chief's peace agenda. Pending the total elimination of all nuclear weapons, Mr. Guterres appealed to the international community to speak as one, as outlined in his new Agenda for Peace. Launched in July this year, the agenda calls on member states to urgently recommit to pursuing a world
Tough.
free of nuclear weapons
Russia.
and to reinforce the global norms against their use and proliferation. States possessing nuclear weapons must commit to never use them, he insisted, as he stressed the UN's commitment to continue working to strengthen global rules on disarmament and non-proliferation, notably the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, and the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear
Metal
Weapons.
Gear.
NPT talks are taking place at the UN in the
NPT.
Austrian capital until the 11th of August, where Ms. Nakamitsu reiterated her warning to the forum that not since the
August.
depths of the Cold War has the risk of a nuclear weapon being used so high, just as the rules-based order intended to prevent their use has never been so fragile. This is, to a large extent, because of the volatile times in which we live, Ms. Nakamitsu continued, pointing to the existential threat facing the world today, which is the result of the highest level of geopolitical competition, rising tensions, and deepening divisions among major powers
Russia.
in decades.
So Russia.
Trillion-dollar question. Coupled with rising global tensions is a record level of world military expenditure, which reportedly reached a $240 billion in 2022. This situation has led to an increased emphasis on nuclear weapons
$2.
through modernization programs, expanded doctrines, allegations of growing stockpiles, and
I guess the AI failed. $2, 2,400 billion, huh?
most alarmingly, threats to use them, explained the UN High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. The fact that in the last 12 months nuclear weapons have openly been used as tools of coercion should worry us all, she
True.
added. The
Unironically.
1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, is one of the only international agreements signed by both nuclear and non-nuclear states aimed at preventing the spread of nuclear weapons and furthering the goal of nuclear disarmament. After entering into force in 1970, 191 states have since become party to the treaty, the most signatories of any arms limitation agreement. Bold goals. The treaty centers on the idea that non-nuclear states agree to never acquire weapons, and nuclear weapon states, in exchange, agree to share the benefits of the technology, whilst pursuing efforts towards disarmament and elimination of
$2 is a
nuclear
lie.
arsenals. In addition to the Vienna talks now underway,
True. Which is why you should donate $2 to me.
and which come ahead of the NPT's 5-yearly review in 2026, countries have also exchanged on disarmament and non-proliferation issues at the UN's Conference on Disarmament in Geneva in the past week. In recent days, and despite ongoing concerns that the conference remains deadlocked by geopolitical developments, the forum's 65 member states heard briefings from the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs, UNODA, and the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDAR, on the use of artificial intelligence, AI, in the
no.
battlefield. The
AI.
aim of such discussions is to establish a mechanism that allows for regular multilateral dialogue and the inclusion of the views of countries that are not actively involved in the development of artificial intelligence to ensure the responsible development and deployment of AI in the military domain. The Conference on Disarmament, which was established in 1979, is not formally a UN body, but reports annually, or more frequently as appropriate, to the UN General Assembly. Its remit reflects the organization's conviction that disarmament and non-proliferation.
Why is the AI reader getting more aggressive? Because it's angry about the how nuclear power is being handled, okay? Of course it would get more and more aggressive as the time went.
Remain indispensable tools to create a security environment that is
Of course it'll
favorable
be
to human
pissed off.
development, as enshrined in the UN Charter. In addition to convening the Conference on Disarmament, member states gather in Geneva to discuss a range of multilateral disarmament agreements and conferences, including the Anti-Personnel Landmine Convention, APLC, the Biological Weapons Convention, BWC, the Convention on Cluster Munitions, the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, CCW, as well as NPT review panels.
What's your opinion on Russia
Oh.
potentially being bold enough to think they could minimally strike the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant by creating a massive disaster instead due to sheer incompetence, which they are famous for? My position up to this point has been, if something happens at a nuclear power plant, I think the biggest risk is their incompetence. Because when I was there,
True.
I saw shells blowing up very
That's true. Hello, Dylan Burns. They actually, like, this person that's super big advisor to Putin that was purged, like, was one of the main orchestrators of the whole invasion, proposed, like, nuking Poznań, a Polish city. So make of that what you will.
very close to the power plant. We were getting reports of them mining the area and possibly the inside. We were getting videos from the inside of the power plant of them storing Russian military equipment in the buildings of the power plant. But now,
True.
given all the reports we're getting from Ukrainian intelligence, giving Russian statements about the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, and looking at the totality of the evidence around the Novokakhovka dam explosion, I am more concerned that the Russians might feel emboldened enough to think that they could cause a nuclear incident and not be breaking the nuclear taboo on the world stage, or the world will not react to them as
Rockstar
if they broke the nuclear
dies.
taboo if they have enough plausible deniability and they can frame it in a certain way. That is what concerns me more than anything, because I don't think that they're just going to nuke Ukraine and say we did it. I don't think that they're going to use a tactical nuclear weapon or something like that. And the reason I don't think that is because the nuclear taboo would create such a backlash that even their economic support systems that are currently held up by the Chinese, the Indians, and other trade partners that continue to do business with them and continue to accept Russian energy exports, which the profit on Russian energy exports have dropped by more than 50% since before the war due to European sanctions. So anytime somebody tells you the sanctions don't work, when Russian government revenues are picking up the biggest deficits they've seen in decades, and we actively see their profits going down. If they were to break the nuclear taboo, like 50% is already bad. But imagine it turns to 70%, 80%, 90%.
I don't believe Russia will actually use any of their nukes. The value in their threat is more valuable than actually using one. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that.
Because the Chinese and the Indians both have good reasons for not wanting to break the nuclear taboo. The Chinese don't want to embolden the North Koreans, the mad dog on the Korean peninsula, make them start going crazy, think they can get away with something similar. And you know what? They might be crazy enough to try. And the Indians, for good reason, don't want to embolden the use of nuclear weapons because of their ongoing conflict with the Pakistanis. But that's just, I mean, that's like on a basic level, on the immediate level. There's also a larger, broader level of, you know, China doesn't want the world to blow up. Nobody wants there to be gigantic humanitarian disasters, or at least the majority of people do, unless they're warmongering monsters. So I think
Russia?
that if Russia was to try to pull something like this off, the only way they would do it is if they can deny it. Just like they have in so many other instances where they've done a similar, I don't know how you guys use the word terrorism, but I would say terror attacks or a campaign of terror. Anyway, where were we? Let's get into the actual, there's no proof in blowing up the world. There's no profit in blowing up the world. Well, yeah, there's no profit in blowing up the world. That is true, but that doesn't mean that human error can't compound a bad situation and make it worse.
True.
For example, let's say the Russians
it happened many times.
They can get away. Okay, let's draw out a scenario here. And I'm not saying this is the likely scenario.
The real threat from them physically would be if any are forgotten about or poorly maintained, neglect and responsibility again, as always. Or bad actors trying to make cash selling one. That could ostensibly happen under the right regime in Russia, but less likely. What a wild times we live in.
And I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying this is a scenario. And I don't think it's 100% impossible. Let's say the Russians, after blowing up the Novokakhovka Dam and creating a man-made disaster, which we don't know 100%, but the totality of the evidence does seem to point in a certain direction. And so, for a moment, let's say that the totality of the evidence is correct and that they blew it up.
It's correct.
So, they blow up the dam. They get away with it. There's no real international backlash. They even shoot at the rescue workers afterwards, which I documented personally. They get away with it.
Your friend got shot at.
And they see the small layer of plausible deniability that is over it, that has caused the international community's response to be somewhat muted. Maybe there is something to be said about the international community's Ukraine fatigue and that they didn't react that decisively to it. And so they get the idea that they can do things like that in the future and also get away with it. Straining the Ukrainian economy, straining the Ukrainian will to fight, and also making it more difficult for the Ukrainians to engage in armored operations. If there's flooding in the area downstream of Novokakhovka, can't really do a river crossing if the area is flooded, right? If there's radiation out of the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, that could also complicate Ukrainian operations. But for whatever reason, they decide to go through with it. And they pull the trigger using a layer of plausible deniability. Now, Ukrainian intelligence has suggested that if the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant blows up, that what they're going to do is they're going to plant explosives on the roof of the power plant, explode them, in a larger disaster to try to make it look like they were struck by artillery, and artillery destroyed the power plant, and that it was the artillery that destroyed the largest power plant in Europe and caused a nuclear disaster. That's what Budyonov, the head of Ukraine's intelligence chief, that's what he said, right? This is something that Zelensky has also gone out and said in one of his presidential addresses as well. So if they go through with that, and that's what they do, how does the West respond? You've got radiation leaking into the Dnieper River, because it's right on the Dnieper River, making the flooding situation even worse, not because it's added to the flooding, but now the floodwaters that are traveling all the way down to Odessa are now irradiated. All the locals, they have to deal with radiation.
Yeah.
The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Commission, with the few monitors that they have there, they're going to be in a complete panic, right? They're going to be in a panic. They're going to be blowing the air horn as hard as possible. Due to the nature of it being the largest power plant, nuclear power plant in all of Europe, it's going to create some amount of a reaction from the West. The West will need to respond,
Yeah,
and in their minds, they will 100% need to respond, because if they don't, then if they know the Russians did it, they're allowing them to engage in nuclear terrorism with no response, with no consequences.
Although the whole explosion of the nuclear plant, many experts have said that the information chaos is a much bigger weapon here than the actual threat of the explosion and the harm that it will do. That the harm would actually be extremely isolated. Like that is what an energy expert has said on the subject. Like we've even done a segment on this, if I remember correctly. So things seem to be far better than we assumed on that front.
To the North Koreans? What does that say to this group? What does that say to that group? That Russia can engage in nuclear terrorism and get away with it.
And
so the United States will have to respond. Now, Lindsey Graham and other senators have suggested that if they do this, that the Russian military will be like annihilated in Ukraine. Can we actually get their statement on this? Can we actually get their statement on this? I'm sorry, I'm deviating from my main news stories, but what the hell is this? Kanye West and the LA, you know what? Why is all of these things that I'm getting recommended? Anyway, what was I looking up?
This is wild. What is this? What is this?
Lindsey Graham.
Neo-Arc Absolutely Territory AI cover. What is this?
Russia, ZNPB.
Explain
Let's see if
yourself.
it comes up. Where is it? This is a recent thing. He said in like a press briefing. Oh yeah, I forgot Russia also issued an arrest warrant for Lindsey Graham. I forgot that. No wonder he hates them so much.
Oh boy.
But where is it? Well, anyway, I can't find it right now. But I think like a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, Lindsey Graham said something along the lines that we're gonna like annihilate the Russian army. And while I don't necessarily think that if this was to happen, the American military would try to annihilate the entirety of the Black Sea Fleet or the entirety of the Russian military.
They did say that.
There's a decent chance that there would be a direct military response. That the American government and American politicians like Lindsey Graham and others would suggest that the only way to truly deter people from doing this in the future, the only way to draw a clear red line in the sand with the Russians, is to respond to them with force for engaging in nuclear terrorism.
True.
And that we asked the Ukrainians to give up their nuclear arsenal.
You wouldn't, huh?
We signed the Budapest Memorandum, and now, less than 2 decades later, I think 2 decades or almost 3 decades later, the Ukrainians are having nuclear terrorism done on their soil. There has to be a strong response to this. We have to uphold the commitments we made during the Budapest Memorandums, and we need to discourage this type of behavior in the future, not only in Ukraine, but for the whole world. And so then the president will most likely be given a list of options that will include a military response. Now, I doubt more sanctions. There's other options they could do, but I doubt the response is, if they know the Russians did it, we gotta sanction them.
Sanction more. That would be too
weak. Sure, they could
that
find
would
something to sanction, whether it be like gold shipments or just find something. But
that
there's
would
no
be
way
too
that
weak.
would be it. I think that it would include whatever the response would be. Would probably include not only more military aid to Ukraine, maybe an approval of ATACMS long-range missiles, maybe approval of other types of shipments of munitions, which will make the Americans and the West, I think, double down on support to Ukraine and not scare us off from supporting them. If that was the intention of such a strike or operation from the Russians, I think that would totally backfire. But on the other end, I think that there's a really decent chance for a military strike, whether it would be on, say, the Black Sea Fleet and they would try to sink a few ships, whether it would be specifically targeted on the people who organized the Russian like nuclear terrorism. Like they find out who did it, they find out the unit or the military division that did it, and they blow them up and they kill a bunch of their soldiers directly with like U.S. stealth bombers or something. I don't know. Or maybe it would be a wider operation. You know, maybe John Bolton gets a little giddy, and maybe Elliot Abrams gets in the ears of the president. It's a wider operation. Who knows? But there is a real possibility for military response. And once there's a military response, who knows what the Russians are going to do? Because in one hand, oh, somebody just posted the Lindsey Graham video.
Senator Graham, after that very newsworthy press conference,
I don't think this is it. But we could still listen to it. This is not the video I was talking about. It was during a press conference, and he had another Republican next to him, also like backing him up on it. I forget which Republican it was, but I guess we can watch.
Sinking the Black Sea Fleet would be a good response. True, I agree. And just crushing Russia would be a good response, and ending the war.
Too. It might actually
once and for all.
Left. I don't know. I don't know who that is.
End the war.
I just see all white men in suits. It's the same guy. I don't know. Very bigoted against the white people. Okay, let's watch.
yesterday, the Russian ambassador came out and accused you and Blumenthal of essentially inciting nuclear war. How do you respond to him?
Well, Dick and I didn't move any tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus. So the bottom line is Putin is playing a game. Every time we want to send any weapon, that's going to be World War III. You know, if you send in tanks, that's a new game. If you do the HIMARS, every time we try to help Ukraine evict the Russians, they threaten the West. Here's what I think is real. According to President Biden, the use of a tactical nuclear weapon by Russia is becoming a more real scenario as Ukraine gains momentum on the battlefield. So I'm letting the Russian generals know, if you follow the order of Putin to blow up the nuclear facility, the plant, to irradiate Europe, or you drop a tactical nuclear weapon to turn around the war you're losing, I consider that an attack on NATO, and Senator Blumenthal, a Democrat, agrees.
Okay, so it was a Democrat. I think it was Blumenthal, or was it Dick Durbin? I don't know. Either way, this is the same sentiment that he expressed.
They proposed like nuking a Polish city and said that only a madman in the White House would nuke Russia in retaliation for nuking Poznan or something.
In the press conference, so I guess playing this was useful. Now, some of you might be confused as to the reasoning as to why he would want to strike. Now, I do think the reasoning is deeper than what he just gave. I think the reasons of deterrence, like the idea that you don't want to encourage this type of behavior, don't let the Russians think they can get away with this, don't let other people think they can get away with this, supporting the Ukrainians more is already a priority of the American government at the moment. But I also think that when he talks about NATO and using Article 5, seeing this as an attack on NATO, he's not saying that Ukraine's part of NATO, which I've seen a few people misinterpret his statement like this, and they're like, what are you talking about? They're not in NATO. For what I've seen is the argument is that if there was an attack or disruption or some sort of bad scenario happening with the ZNPP, the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, the largest nuclear power plant in all of Europe, that radiation, there's a decent chance it's not just going to stay in Ukraine. The damage, most concretely, will be felt in Ukraine. It'll be felt by the locals, some of which I've interviewed. I actually did a piece on my main channel, Dylanbirds TV.
Like from a few experts that I've seen, like the probability of the radiation staying in Ukraine is apparently actually pretty high. You know? At least some energy experts have said that actually the radiation would pretty much stay in the very close radius.
Covering this issue, I released it probably 6, 7, 8 months ago now, maybe 10 months ago, on my main channel. If you guys want to go check it out, warning about this exact scenario. But the idea is that radiation could spill over and head towards Romania, or head towards Poland, or head towards some other states that are close to
That's
Ukraine.
apparently more of like an informational stunt than any real danger. You know? God, I hate Lindsey Graham. Well, you know.
And therefore, since the effects of this attack on, again, the largest nuclear power plants in Europe could be felt in those other countries, that can be seen as an attack on NATO. That is the argument. Now, Whether the Russians will believe that, and it would trigger Article 5, I think it triggering Article 5 is extremely debatable. I think odds are it probably wouldn't trigger Article 5, but that does not mean it would not trigger a direct intervention to some extent by NATO nation states. The bombing of, say, the Russians that directly did this. And once you've got that type of direct military confrontation, while the odds are that the Russians probably would not immediately escalate, as in, wow, the Americans struck our soldiers in here after we did nuclear terrorism. Let's go strike American soldiers in Poland. Let's go kill American soldiers in Romania. Let's go do this in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. The odds of them escalating past that point, while not impossible,
pretty small.
Are low, in large part due to the fact that if the Russians are having a problem in Ukraine, how are they going to trigger, a war with NATO and win that? How are they going to risk a direct military confrontation with Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the United Kingdom, Poland, France, Germany, the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Hungary, and
I'm
all these
hungry,
other nation states that
but
they
I'm
probably don't want to fight. If they can't beat the Ukraine,
Get it? I'm hungry. Also, Hungary is very pro-Russian while we're at it, so maybe, I don't know. I'm not even sure if listing Hungary in this configuration is that good. Hungary is openly pro-Russia. You quack me up, thank you. I do my best.
All these nation states. How are they going to do that?
Nation
so the odds of it
states.
escalating are low, but considering Putin's position right now, definitely when he doesn't look as powerful as he could
Used
at the
to
moment,
be.
due to the Wagner coup, I don't think it's impossible that he rolls the dice and maybe he doesn't attack American soldiers in Poland, but maybe he tries to attack near the American embassy in
I
Kiev.
still
Or
think
maybe
it's
he
impossible.
Tries to attack any of our advisors that are in the area.
I
Or
still-
maybe he tries to assassinate
I still think it's impossible.
Zelensky again and completely avoids
You know? I sort of think it's impossible right
retaliating
now.
directly against the Americans. Maybe there's a cyber attack. Who knows? But that is a possibility. That can spiral out of control depending upon Putin's response. What's this? What
I
have
just doubt it will
I've been
happen.
sent in site chat? Xi Jinping personally warned Vladimir Putin against using nuclear weapons in Ukraine, indicating Beijing harbors concerns about Russia's war, even as it offers tacit backing to Moscow.
There we
according to
go.
Western and Chinese officials. This is not surprising at
In the
all.
slightest, of
This
course.
isn't surprising. Again, the Chinese do not want the nuclear taboo to be broken. Nobody in the world wants the nuclear taboo to be broken.
True.
Except in some circles in Russia. Not all circles, by the way. That's something I also want to comment on. There's a lot of oligarchs that would be terrified if something was to happen to Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. Even more terrified if the Russians were to directly and clearly use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. There's a lot of people who would be absolutely terrified by that. Not only oligarchs, but also those in the Russian MOD, private military companies, like all across Russian society. They'd be terrified of that, right? If we're already seeing the cracks form around Putin over military contracts with Wagner, it's hard to imagine that there wouldn't be more cracks or even more strain placed upon the system if he was to try something like this, possibly even
cracks
a
are beginning
breakdown
to
of the system.
show.
And I know that used to sound crazy, but considering recent circumstances, I don't think that's, particularly outside of the realm of possibility.
Let's
see
I
if I
doubt
can
it.
read this. See if this is gonna
It's
be
doubtful.
pay locked. Oh, it's not pay locked. Okay, let's read it. Xi Jinping warned Vladimir Putin against nuclear attack in Ukraine. Chief Chinese officials previously take credit for convincing Russian leaders
Okay.
to back down from veiled atomic threats.
What do you mean?
I do want to bring up this political report, and I don't know if I'm the only one that ever mentions this. I haven't seen any other. Well, I think maybe I've seen it mentioned once or twice, but I
Why?
definitely haven't seen other people mention it in the YouTube, Twitch streamer space. Maybe it's because I'm just a super nerd. But political
Okay, let's see if I've mentioned it. I'm a super nerd.
produced a report about a year ago saying that American and Chinese officials had secret negotiations to try to slow down America, like, quote unquote, escalating the war, or at least how that's
Okay.
talked about in the narrative of escalation, with tanks and stuff like that. That they agreed that if America doesn't go balls
True. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, that's a good one. Okay, now I get it. I get the joke now.
to the wall in Ukraine, essentially, right? That's me dumbing it down. that they would have their Chinese military officials who did training operations with Russian military officials privately and discreetly go to those Russian military officials will be like, yo, dog, I know Putin's like the top G or whatever. He's like your guys, Andrew Tate, you guys love him, but don't blow up the world. Please understand that it'd be bad for Russia. It'd be bad for China. It'd be bad for the whole world if you blew up the world.
I didn't speak about it, but the Polish media had spoken about this. The Polish media has spoken about this. So basically it's almost as if I spoke about it, isn't it? By, it's called group responsibility or something.
World because his war started to fail, or that his rule started to get challenged. Maybe you shouldn't do that. That was something I was reported on by Politico, I think a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. Forget how long it's been since those secret negotiations were revealed. But I wonder how much those negotiations still have an effect, or if they're still in place. Because I know that American support for Ukraine has heightened since then, with tanks being shipped.
Maybe China doesn't care anymore. Maybe China's like, whatever, dude. Like, go nuts.
Abrams, or they're in the process of being shipped. I don't think the Abrams have not actually arrived in Ukraine. And that's the funny thing when people talk about aid to Ukraine. We've given them all this aid,
whatever,
but they haven't
man.
won. Maybe half of it has actually arrived. Right?
Maybe
half of it. And the numbers that people are putting out constantly are bloated and include replacements for the U.S. military.
Am I bloated?
Meaning we're adding to the total number of aid sent equipment we never even sent to them.
Whatever, destroy the world. See if we care. True. Hits bong. True. I mean, more accurate thing would be whatever, destroy the world. See if we live to care. Am I right or am I right? Also, I've got a special surprise. I've got a special present for fake Alec Kyle Parker after the challenge is over. You will be pleased, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this out of my dedication to good content.
Right? That's how you get these crazy ass numbers of like 120 billion in military aid.
Oh my god. See, we said billion at the same time.
Made up nonsense. Anyway, let's read more of this article. I'm rambling.
I never say nonsense.
I'm like Waylon Jennings.
Who?
Xi Jinping personally warned Vladimir Putin against. Oh, personally. I don't know why I didn't read that earlier. That didn't click with me. Oh my gosh, personally. That's a lot more than discreet generals, huh? And remember, Russian energy profits for the state have gone down by 50%. Russian revenues have gone down by 50%.
You already said that.
And their tax revenue is hurting. Their energy revenue is hurting. And their military expenses have gone up, and by some projections, up of a measure of 200 to 300%. And China is one of the few countries, even though they're buying Russian energy exports at a discount, they cannot make up the totality of those Russian energy exports that they used to send to Europe, not only because they have other sources and they can pull from other sources, and Russia doesn't really have China by the balls. I think really more the other way around. Not only because of that, but also because a lot of the infrastructure isn't in place. I think some people maybe have like a cartoonish, like you just take a bunch of oil and you just put it into like drums and then you put it in the back of a car and you just kind of drive it over, and that's how the oil trade works. A lot of it is done by pipelines and pipeline construction. It's pipelines are super
Here come the drums, here come the drums.
Gas industry. And there's just a lot more energy.
If you watch Doctor Who, you'll get it.
Infrastructure for the export of energy in Russia going to Europe, then from Russia going to China.
I'm really doing it in Pokemon. I'm not sure if any of you have been paying attention to my Pokemon shenanigans. That's right. I am killing it in Pokemon, if you haven't noticed.
So even if China wanted to buy all of the Russian energy, not at a discount, at the same rate that they were buying it from Europe, that Europe was buying it from Russia, which they weren't going to do that at all, because the Chinese, of course, have their own interests at hand. If they can if they can save a pretty penny, they're going to try to save a pretty penny. But but essentially right now, the Chinese and the Indians and others are making up this fall or trying to make up some of this fall, even though, you know, it's helped somewhat, but it hasn't been able to make up a lot of the energy, export deficit. Right? I don't know if I'm going to call it deficit, but the fall in revenues. If Russia was to piss off China enough, so they would say, you know what, we are going to agree to the price cap on Russian energy exports. Or you know what, we're not going to buy that Russian energy export. Then we're looking at, instead of a 50% cut in profit, we're looking at 60, 70, 80%
billion
cuts.
cut.
And we're just talking about China here. But this would be a disaster for them. So
China.
Xi Jinping personally warning Putin is fantastic news.
True.
Xi Jinping personally warned Vladimir Putin against using nuclear weapons in Ukraine, indicating Beijing harbors concerns about Russia's war even as it offers tacit backing to Moscow, according to Western and Chinese officials. The face-to-face message was delivered during the Chinese president's state visit to Moscow in March. The people added, one of Xi's first trip outside of China after years of isolation under his zero-COVID policy. Since then, Chinese officials have privately taken credit for convincing the Russian president to back down from his veiled threats of using a nuclear weapon against Ukraine. Deterring Putin from using such a weapon has been central to China's campaign to repair...
Wait, what's a clan gang? I'm gonna write it down and I'll add it, but you have to describe it. What is a clan gang? I don't know what a clan gang is. You have to explain it to me. And you have to... If we want as many emotes as VGG has, we also have to have as many viewers, okay?
Image ties with Europe.
But yes, tell me what that is, and I'll add
Said a
it.
senior advisor to the Chinese government. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 has placed Moscow and its ally Beijing at odds with much of the continent. China has constantly opposed the use of weapons in Ukraine in its public statements, but many of Kiev's backers have doubted Beijing's commitment to such deterrence, given Xi's no-limits partnership with Putin and a peace plan that heavily overlaps with Russian talking points. Xi's warning, however, has given them hope that China is backing up its public rhetoric behind closed doors and potentially threatening consequences for their relationship that would be sufficient to stop Putin from using a nuclear weapon. The Chinese are taking credit for sending the message at every level, a senior U.S. administration official said. You know,
It's much like Belarus to call the credit for the Wagner thing, defusing the Wagner thing. It's a brown people hitting a pot and it's lit together. Okay, I'm gonna have to check it out.
Interesting part about... Wait one second. We'll read maybe like one or two more lines. Joseph Borrell, the EU's foreign policy chief, said in March that Xi's visit reduces the risk of nuclear war and that the Chinese have made it very, very clear. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not immediately respond to a request for comment, but a former government official confirmed that Xi told Putin personally not to use nuclear weapons, noting that China's stance against their use was included in its position paper on peace in Ukraine. The Kremlin did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Something that's interesting here.
Yeah.
And I think this would make it even more difficult for the Chinese to back down if the Russians did go through with this, is now that the Chinese are taking credit for it, and now that in private conversations and some public statements and other stuff that is getting out and leaking to the press, and that they're bragging about on the
Lizard
home
people.
front, most certainly. If the Russians
Maybe.
then did go through with the use of a nuclear weapon,
Yeah, I'm
not
gonna have to
only
check
would
it
it be
out.
bad for the breaking of nuclear taboo, not only would the Chinese have, you know, security reasons why this would be very terrible, and it would hurt their image on a basic level if they were to continue to finance a regime that actually went through with such a crazy move. But also, it would just be embarrassing. It'd be embarrassing if I said, hey, look, my main success in office is to stop an invasion of Hawaii. I stopped it. No one's going to invade Hawaii. And then a few months later,
Well
someone
done.
invades Hawaii.
Uh-oh.
It's pretty embarrassing.
It
It's
is,
pretty,
yeah.
you know, ugh. It kind of tarnishes the legacy pretty hardcore, doesn't it?
It does
So,
a bit,
if anything, the more public this gets, the more entrenched the Chinese position against the use of these weapons are, and the better it is in the long run. This is good news. This is really good news. This is fantastic news, actually.
Wow.
I wonder if I should continue to read this. You know what? I'll read a little bit more.
Read
I'll read
it,
a little bit
please.
more. I'll nerd out with the rest of you guys before we move on to all the other segments.
Nerd out.
Putin
You're
was
a
left
nerd.
disappointed after Xi's visit failed.
Don't frame it as nerding out with other people. You're just a nerd. Own it. all your nerddom like I do. I'm a nerd.
build
I own
any
it.
tangible wins for Russia, such as approving the long-awaited Power of Siberia 2 pipeline. See, this is what I was talking about. They need the pipelines in place if China's going to make up that energy deficit. Western security officials said. The condemnation of the use of nuclear weapons in the joint communique was almost certainly added at China's behest, the officials said. Russia's invasion is heavily reliant on support from China, which has helped Moscow to navigate economic sanctions that have excluded it from critical global markets and supply chains. Last year, China's bilateral trade with Russia reached a record 190 billion as Beijing ramped up purchases of Russian energy and enabled it to import crucial technology, including microchips. Super important. Super important, as the Russian microchip industry isn't exactly booming, and now that the Europeans and other powers won't export them to them, they need them for the long-range targeting missiles, the accurate stuff, the stuff that can, you know, actually hit something from a long distance. They need it for the type of technical equipment that's going to be
Well, it seems that they're sort of getting it. It's lizard, yeah, it's vermin actually. They would be cooking or cleaning the kitchen while Vosh was streaming, and sometimes it was kind of loud with pots and pans bang. Oh god. Well, it's okay. Nobody cleans over here, so there's no danger of that. Certainly of no danger of that here. That sounds so bad. What I just said sounds so bad.
And so they have been trying to find every way they can to get microchips from other areas. I think they've even found a few Iranian ones, unless I'm mistaken, and I'm just thinking about the innards of drones. China has refrained from criticizing Russia for the invasion and has accused the West of fueling the conflict by supplying arms to Ukraine. Beijing has also made thinly veiled references to damaging acts of hegemony, domination, and bullying by the U.S. via sanctions. We're bullying the people filling up mass graves. That's very mean of us. I didn't mean to bully the war criminal. I didn't mean to bully the people.
Don't bully the genociders.
You know, filling.
I mean when I'm streaming, okay? When I'm streaming, nobody's cleaning.
Largest mass graves in Europe since the Yugoslav genocides. I didn't want to bully them.
Well, I actually don't really have time to clean in general. Oh boy. Well, don't worry. Tomorrow's my day off, so tomorrow I'll be cleaning. I promise to clean tomorrow. I actually have to clean. Things are bad, gigglers.
People, I didn't want to make it so they can more easily buy.
Donate to help me clean.
Foolish. How foolish of me.
That's right.
A
It's
Russian
foolish
nuclear
of you.
strike on Ukraine, or one of its European allies, would risk turning the continent against China, the advisor said. While sustained pressure from Beijing to prevent such an act might help improve relations with the continent. Shin Yin-hong, professor of international relations at Renmin University in Beijing, said that Russia has never and will never have China's approval for using nuclear weapons. If Russia used nuclear weapons against Ukraine, China would further distance itself from Russia.
Favorite
Xi's
Pokemon
warning against
Pikachu,
China
of
remained
course.
worried about the war, despite assurances from
The
Putin last
classic.
October that a tactical nuclear strike would not make any political or military sense. Okay, that's enough of this article. That's enough.
You have to
Good
level
article,
the
though.
weaker ones.
And good news. Very good news, actually. Fantastic news. Didn't you know that Russophobia is the new anti-Semitism?
What?
I was uninformed. I must be living in ignorance. I've been living in ignorance. Look at those bullying. Look at those bullying.
I'm actually afraid to ask what that means. What is the essence of being? My favorite Pokemon is Dragonair.
Are bullying.
Yeah, I'm actually afraid to ask what that means. I'm afraid to ask what that chatter meant with that. I might have understood it way differently than Dylan did. Because, okay, I'm just gonna explain why this one felt weird to me. It's because Russophobia is basically a BS claim, and anti-Semitism is not a BS claim. Anti-Semitism is quite the real thing. I'm afraid to ask because I know it will be a bad response. I mean, it very well might be. It might be, yeah. Damn. I don't know. Russophobia is the new anti-Semitism. It does not sound good to me, okay? Because, you know, you're saying prejudice against Russian is fake. I'm saying that claims of Russophobia are sort of, yeah. Because there's a difference between basically criticizing and even hating what Russia does, and Russophobia is, well, hating Russian for the fact that they're Russian, right? Like, X-phobia is hating people because they are that thing. And people don't hate Russia or just because it's Russia. People hate Russia because of what Russia does and represents. So Russophobia is not the same when Russia is the imperializing and colonizing in the power dynamic. Yeah. And I actually had a opportunity to learn about a whole new different aspect of Russia earlier today, but I don't know, I think there's a lot of dumb people who don't differentiate between Russian citizens and Russian government. I mean, even with the citizens, it gets really complicated because in Russia, many, like chauvinism is real in Russia. And people being complacent is real as well. And that other topic that I've learned about today is also quite real, which is a problem. Like Anastasia is not over-exaggerating with the whole chauvinism that is in Russia. Like there are those infamous interviews with people in Moscow with that girl that basically says, oh yeah, it's said that people die in Ukraine, and then laughs. And then she is asked, are you worried that Moscow might get attacked? And she's like, yeah, no, I'm not worried at all. It's all cool. You know? What are some people who do? They're at the same time hate people from their Eastern European countries. But criticism of Russia and Russians are about their actions around Ukraine. Yeah. I mean, but just because some people do it is, in my mind, not quite enough to say that Russophobia is the new anti-Semitism. It's complicated. I don't know what Russian citizens are told, what info they have access to on their own, how strict day-to-day life is. It's complicated. It's 100% not the new anti-Semitism. Thank you, Sukhoi. I agree that it's not. Well, Russia has hundreds of years of history of being an imperial colonizing empire, of a colonizing empire. It's late. It's 3 a.m.
Bullies, bully them harder. Hi, Dylan. Oh, hey, Shaved. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing
Hello,
well.
Dylan.
Okay,
Even
what do we got
though
next?
I'm
What do we got
just
next?
interacting with a video.
We finished.
At this
That wasn't
point.
even a segment today. I already talked about the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant on my last video. It was released on my second channel. We talked about it last stream. That wasn't even supposed to be a segment today, but you guys just got me so caught up in it. Dylan, I just got home. If you didn't go full screen at the start, you're getting...
Chauvinism is rampant in all three of the imperial powers, but Russia has a history of colonizing and Russiaizing people within the nation state of Russia. Well, yeah. Like Poland has been a victim to it. Ukraine has been a victim to it. Lithuania has been a victim to it. Basically, all of the countries that made up, were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth were the victims of Russification. Yeah. New forms of anti-Semitism are the new forms of anti-Semitism. There are so many ways of and angles involved to hate Semitic people, it seems. But I wouldn't equate anti-Semitism to Russian prejudice, right? Yeah, I would not either. I think it's pretty irresponsible to do so.
Eyeliner.
Yeah. Here we go. We're going on to the next video. Because today we're going nuclear, as Dylan would say. Like, I think Kazakhstan got rid of the Cyrillic alphabet to decolonize their language in some way. Well, Ukraine also has some de-Russification policy. Like, they've replaced their curriculum books. They've removed some Russian books and they've put in some other countries' books. The famous Eastern European writer Adam Mickiewicz has been put as a new author, for example. You know? And that's perfectly understandable. Sort of this fight to de-Russify a country. Like, it's one thing to choose Russian authors, like, because you want to add Russian authors because you find them to be, I don't know, interesting or insightful. And by the way, even Ukraine has not removed all of the Russian authors. Some super big ones were actually still kept. But it's another thing to only have certain Russian authors because it was forced upon a country via Russification, you know? It's weird when Russia claims artists, etc., who wouldn't be considered Russian now. That's true. Not only that, certain historical events are claimed by Russia and they were done by Ukrainian people, for example, not just artists. Like, Tarashenko is a Ukrainian poet. They still want to call him a little Russian poet. Yeah, as they call Ukraine Little Russia or something horrible. Yeah. Yeah, that's all true. Why is Russia so conquer happy? Well, that's because they have a precedent for it. Hundreds of years of precedent. There are some excellent Russian writers, especially before the USSR. Even if you don't care for this writing, is still very influential and popular. Well, I'd argue Tolstoy would have a few bones to pick with the current Russia if they were alive today. I'm willing to bet they would despise the current Russia. Maybe. Like, Russia has been imperialistic for a long, long time. Like, it's important. It's really worth remembering. You know? Oh, need to change Pokemon.
Japan on Hiroshima bombing anniversary decries Russia's nuclear threat. On
True.
August 6, 1945.
Oh, if there is a country that would decry it, it would be Japan. Oh yeah, 100%.
The United States dropped an atomic bomb on the Japanese city of Hiroshima.
Oh, sorry.
Followed 3 days later by another one on Nagasaki. The world's first, and so far only, wartime atomic bombings remain seared in the minds of all those...
Oh yeah, like if you read War and Peace, you could easily see how he'd hate the nationalism that made Tsar Alexander Van cause the massacre of the Austerlitz because of his orders in Nagasaki. Right. And I mean, you also have the famous writers like damn, I think the title was, finding the English title, the Gulag Archipelago. Where's the English title for that? Yeah, the Gulag Archipelago. The Polish book, alright, very nice. That is very nice indeed. Yeah, that the Gulag Archipelago is a very famous book, and it's basically obviously about a person that's not very in favor of the government. Oh, I heard that. I'm happy you were able to get it. Have a good time with it. Yes. The learning begins. I'm going to help you with it. Don't worry. As a Polish native speaker. Let's be honest. Putin wishes he could drop nukes on the world. He's a truly sick man. Well, yeah. That's true.
Alive at the time, and are often invoked as reminders of the disastrous consequences of nuclear armament. In the 78 years since, Japan's government, as well as the United Nations and others, have promoted the goal of a nuclear-free world. But that goal has become more difficult, in part because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida said Sunday at a memorial ceremony in Hiroshima. As the only country to have experienced the horror of nuclear devastation in war, Japan will press on tirelessly with its efforts to bring about nuclear disarmament, Kishida said. The widening division within the international community over approaches to nuclear disarmament, the nuclear threat made by Russia, and other concerns now make that road all the more difficult.
True.
Still, he continued, it is precisely because of these circumstances that it is imperative for us to reinvigorate international momentum once more towards the realization of a world without nuclear weapons. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Kremlin officials have, in their rhetoric and actions, attempted to use the threat of a nuclear attack to scare Western countries into halting their aid to Kiev. In February, Russian President Vladimir Putin suspended Russia's participation in the New START nuclear non-proliferation agreement, the last remaining arms control treaty between Washington and Moscow. And in recent weeks, Putin claimed to have moved nuclear weapons to Russia's ally and neighbor Belarus. The specter...
Oh, it's not just a claim. They've moved them. They moved that thing to Belarus, yeah. Also, Belarus is not an ally to Russia. Belarus is a puppet state to Russia. There's like a big difference. Ally sort of implies an equal relationship, and there's no equal relationship between Belarus and Russia. Make no mistake about that. You know? Like, let's not kid ourselves that it's like that it's a partnership or allyship or whatever. No. Yep, or UMSTATE at best, yeah. Which is actually very sad considering that Belarus was also part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Yeah, isn't there an agreement as a president to annex Belarus into Russia or to some foreign union state? Well, it might happen sooner or later. Which, I don't know. I think it's extremely sad, to be quite honest with you. That's very, very disheartening.
of nuclear war raised by Russia's war in Ukraine led scientists in January to set the doomsday clock 90 seconds away from midnight, the closest it has ever been to the symbolic hour of apocalypse, as the Washington Post has reported.
Jesus.
Anxiety about nuclear escalation could be felt Sunday in Hiroshima.
Like, Russia didn't even come to help the one country that is still seen in good light, such as Armenia. It left them when they needed their actual help. Armenia is in such a sorry state. Like the Armenian genocide, which we've also discussed today, Shakespeare. Like the conference the wasted lessons of the Holocaust. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think it mentioned, or yes, the conference, the wasted lessons of the Holocaust, did mention the Armenian genocide. It mentioned that that Turkey has such a lobby of misinformation that it actually managed to create a discussion about whether or not the Armenian genocide was real or not. And even though the overwhelming consensus is that yes, it was genocide, the fact that Turkey was able to create a discussion about it at all, so sort of shows us that things are not very good, you know? And not only that, Armenia itself is in this weird situation now that it sort of had to officially say that they won't push for Turkey to recognize it as a genocide anymore. And now that it's basically up to Turkey's goodwill to do it, which it will never do. You know? Remembering Chomsky's, oh no, more cringe takes from Chomsky on this super obviously genocidal genocide. Like I have this book called The Ethnic Cleansings of the 20th Century, and the Armenian genocide is listed among them. It's an obvious genocide. Because many people say, oh, it wasn't a genocide. It was just people being, you know, moved out of the country, and they just walked and they just happened to not survive, which is actually also not true. It wasn't just a walk of people that didn't have enough resources and died. They were being actively murdered and raped as well while we were at it. So let's not even kid ourselves. Let's stop with the pretense. It was a very active genocide. Armenia is democratic and actually has done many good things to integrate with Europe in particular, but they are part of the CSTO. And I have to abandon the Armenians now trapped in... Yeah, like this is so bad. Even the Young Turks perpetuated the myth of that at the start. Yes, they've come full circle in Ukraine, huh? Perpetuated the myth that it wasn't a genocide. The Young Turks chose their name from the party that did the genocide, which is like... It's like what I said to Shakespeare earlier today. You might as well call your internet show the Hitler Jugend show. You might as well. It would be an equally good taste to call your show, oh yeah, we're young and hip, we're the Hitler Jugend show. Come here, we're progressive. We're the progressive Hitler Jugend show. Like, and it's really a testament to how much of a pool Turkey has, that there's so many people that just were okay with this name. Oh no, it's not. Is it Cherry Pepsi? No, this is regular Pepsi. This is regular Pepsi. Although I think Poland might have Cherry Pepsi, but this one's regular. There is cherry soda in Poland. Of that, I'm pretty sure. My power is back. Hello, Maya Mayar. Welcome. We're still doing the challenge. And then I have a special surprise for fake Alec Kyle Parker. They have lemon Coca-Cola in Germany, something they don't have in the US, which sucks. I mean, you can buy lemon Coca-Cola in Poland, but it's super expensive. And I also think it's only in cans. See, once you come to Poland, Shakespeare, we can go to Germany to stock up on lemon Coke. Yeah, Turkey tries to use its power to galvanize the Azerbaijans, which is causing ethnic tensions in the Iranian areas called Azerbaijan as well. Mexican Coca-Cola is seen as the best tasting. Oh, well, you should bring some with you unless it's forbidden or something. Because I think flights and overall airports are really weird when it comes to bringing drinks to your flights. Like, I know it's in Poland, you're like expected to leave your drink outside of the airport or something. I will bring a bottle or two for us to display. That would be great. You can bring it in if you check your bag. That's nice. Bring us Mexican cola. Bring us the Mexican cola. The cola of freedom and the cola of lack of racism. I wonder if fake Alec Kyle Parker has ever drank the Mexican cola. Right, let's continue. European Coke doesn't have HFC. What? The what? I don't know what that is. HFCS? What? Okay, you're gonna have to explain this to me. Is that bad or... Well, I am Mexican. But you live in the US, right? Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Do they sell Mexican Coke in the US? I genuinely don't know. High fructose corn syrup. Okay. I felt silly for not knowing what that was. They import it. Yeah, you can get Mexican Coke here. Imported. That reminds me. Apparently Mexico has the highest percent of adults identifying as LGBTQIA+. Apparently I saw this on Statistics Twitter account. Interesting. That's actually interesting. I wonder how Mexico is on LGBT issues. I think that would be worth looking into one day. Just how accepting Mexico is of the LGBT. They sell Mexican Coke in the US. Does Mexican Coke have the corn syrup? It has the law on gender identity. Interesting. It protects trans people. That's good. And non-binary people, damn. I keep telling you all, Mexico was, like, from what I'm learning about Mexico, it was like Mexico was founded on such nice values. I don't know. Is it weird for me to say that Mexico should have been the dominant country on the continent? And it feels like the wrong country won, you know? I don't know. Maybe it's a bit weird for me to say something like that, but I don't know. It sort of feels to me like the bad country won out. I don't think same-sex marriage is legal in every state in Mexico unless it's changed recently. I think Mexican Coke uses cane sugar instead, although it depends on the brand, definitely. Yes, because we grow cane sugar on our East Coast. Damn! Really? Oh God. Do you know what that means? You don't need Coke in Mexico. You can just drink sugarcane water. That's amazing. Sugarcane water on its own is a very tasty drink. And all you need to do to get it is to basically squeeze it out of the sugar canes. Wow. I drank it in Vietnam. And it's really, really, really good. Sugarcane water. Damn. Like, that's such a good drink on its own. Like, you don't even need Coke. Like, that's a stun lock, but I have to show it to you, okay? You're all killing me. I'm laughing so hard. Oh, coconut water. True. Okay, we're gonna look at it real quick. That's a stun lock, but it's gonna be a really quick one. Vietnam, which is an amazing place. You should all visit Vietnam. Sugar cane water. Look. This is what happens. This is how it happens. The magic. If you're great at throwing parties, you don't need Coke. Oh my God, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Oh boy. Look at this, the sugar canes. Is this a thing in Mexico? Tell me, like Shakespeare or fake Alec Kyle Parker, is this a thing in Mexico? Do you have this in Mexico? This is so good. It's super cheap and super good. So amazingly good. In Vietnam, people usually use the machine. Ice. And then, and this is so tasty. Oh, I miss this, man. Oh, it's so cheap as well. Amazing. There you go. 0.3 of a dollar. 0.3 dollar. It's amazing. You know what? The upsides of being in Vietnam far outgrow any bad neighbor downsides. This is great. Okay, let's continue. I've stun locked us enough.
Memorial Ceremony, a yearly event to promote world peace and keep alive the memory of the victims of the bombings. Leaders around the world must confront the reality that nuclear threats now being voiced by certain policymakers reveal the folly of nuclear deterrence theory. Hiroshima Mayor Kazumi Matsui said at Hiroshima, according to
that's sort of
Reuters.
true.
The drums of nuclear war are beating once again, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned, in remarks delivered by UN High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Izumi Nakamitsu. More than 100,000 people were killed by the bombing of Hiroshima, and at least 70,000 were killed in Nagasaki. The exact toll from the bombings is still subject to some disagreement among historians. Around sunrise on Sunday, at the site of a memorial to the victims of the bombing, people lit candles, burned incense, and prayed. At 8:15 a.m., the exact time when the atomic bomb was released over Hiroshima 78 years ago, a bell rang over the gathering, followed by a minute of silence, according to Reuters. Some 50,000 people, including survivors of the bombing, took part in the ceremony in 86-degree heat, 30 Celsius, Reuters reported. During the ceremony, Kishida and others laid flowers at Peace Memorial Park and dedicated...
I want pho. Oh, I'm gonna show you some good pho in a moment. I'm gonna show you some good pho in a moment,
a
okay?
register containing the names of the victims of the bombing, according to a schedule of events released by the city. The release last month of Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer, a biopic about J. Robert Oppenheimer, the scientist who led the Manhattan Project, the clandestine U.S. effort to develop an atomic bomb during World War II, has brought renewed attention to the history of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Some viewers have criticized the film for not featuring Japanese victims. In his speech on Sunday, Kishida said what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki must never be repeated. He said that Japan would continue to advocate on the world stage for nuclear disarmament. Small protests and rallies were planned in parts of the world on Sunday to mark the anniversary of the bombings. In India, protesters marched with their faces covered in paint, with messages like "No war" and "No bomb" on them.
I want to talk about this brilliant...
Okay, before we continue with this, I'm gonna show you something amazing, okay? Saigon... for that. This is for Arkael. We're just gonna watch a few minutes of this, okay? It's not gonna be big. But Vietnam is such an amazing place. It's just... it has a very special atmosphere. I love it. Oh, I've been here. It's a really nice place for all that.
A chat with an old high school mate the other day.
And the streets of Vietnam are really nice as well. It was very intimate, small streets. Oh, I had a one... interesting that you would say I was planning on teaching in Vietnam at one point, but then COVID happened. I had a one-way ticket bought to Vietnam, and then COVID happened. I had literally just bought a one-way ticket to Vietnam. I was about to go, and then the borders were closed. Oh man, those are like a couple of different types of meat.
There's something interesting this lady does when she pours the broth.
This is actually the more expensive type of pho that you will get in Saigon. But you get a lot for what you're paying. Like, take a look.
so sánh về chất lượng, về cái số lượng giá, về số lượng thì giá nó vẫn ok. Với lại phở lệ này thì cũng có tiếng là một trong những cái khá là cao.
This is so good.
Thích cái vị của cái phở này á, thì anh nghĩ một cái cách.
I ate here. I've been to this place, and this place's pho is so good. And the sauces that they give you with it. Ooh. Caldo de res. It's a Mexican stew like this, but no noodle, lots of veggies and different cuts of beef. I have not, but I would love to try it. I'm always open to eat some new food.
Để giải thích dễ để mọi người hiểu, vì mình không thể nào mình thử được qua mạng, thì anh sẽ hỏi em 3 câu. Cái vị em thấy nó mặn vừa hay là ngọt?
Vị vừa ạ.
Đậm đà, nó êm hay là nó nhạt?
Đối với ý kiến cá nhân của em thì vị nó không đậm đà ạ.
Cái này á, có phải là một cái tô phở mà em...
My opinion, okay, when I ate it, I felt I'm craving it already, okay? I felt I'm craving it already. I definitely felt that.
Sorry, thèm. Cái từ là thèm.
I craved it. I really craved it after I've eaten it.
Có gì để gọi là
You know,
lại cho em một cái hương vị của nó.
I craved it. I'm gonna be honest.
Như anh nói đó là người Việt Nam sẽ gọi đó gọi là thèm. Anh biết từ thèm không?
I really craved it after I ate it for the first time. It tastes better than any other food that I had.
Nó có một cái cơn bất chợt, mình nghĩ tới một cái món ăn nào đó, tự nhiên nghĩ tới trong đầu mình là mình thèm liền và mình muốn đi ăn liền. Vâng. Vâng. Và ngay
Oh, there's the sauce.
Là em thời điểm hiện tại thì em ăn đâu đó.
That sauce is really good.
Nó không có để lại ấn tượng cho em là việc là nếu mà em thèm phở em có
Okay.
không.
It did leave an it did certainly. Also, the pho from here and from Hanoi is also very different. It's okay. My best friend who's Vietnamese actually started a restaurant, so I usually go to his place. His place is actually pretty good. So yes, Shakespeare, when you come to Poland, I'll just take you to my best friend's restaurant. Okay, let's continue. I'm cooking quesadillas. Oh, quesadillas, that's how you read it, right? Did I read it correctly? Quesadillas?
Political theorist by the name of Owen Benjamin.
Who?
Owen Benjamin.
I'm sorry, who?
He considers himself a comedian, and this is the type of comedy...
Oh, a comedian. But yes, that is actually very good advice from Sukhoi. Like if Vietnamese people eat in a given restaurant, then it's safe to say that it's good. I would like to travel, but I'm scared to because I only know English. I don't have much money and I would be alone, no friends or family to help you. In places like Vietnam, in the bigger cities, you will do okay with English. And also, if you don't have money, the biggest expense will be the ticket. And Vietnam itself is extremely cheap for a person from the US. You know?
Expect to find from his account on a regular basis. Let's see. Let's check it out.
Reporting live from the Zaporozhye power plant here in Ukraine, where the Russians are planning something. I saw a guy named Ivan. Oh my God! They're setting fire to the nuclear power plant! Oh, this is happening! Russia did that! It's not us at all! Send
Is that supposed to be humor? It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Is that supposed to, like, pass for humor? It's an anti-Semite oh, why am I not surprised that this guy's an anti-Semite? Oh, wow. What am I not surprised? Ain't this guy also like a flat earther? Oh, okay. I see. Yes, that's supposed to be funny. Let's see him film in the Donbass directly. Like, I would have given him props if he would have done this like in the actual war zone. Then maybe I would have been like, I guess this person has enough guts to do this sort of joke in a, you know.
That's money. Fight our, you gotta go. You gotta give us money right now. It's Russia. It's Chernobyl. It's Fukushima times 1,000.
This is so embarrassing. It's obvious that he's too much of a pussy to stick his neck out. Yeah, of course. I mean, you can see by that type of humor, which is, again, embarrassing. And insulting as well to all the victims of the ongoing, yes, I'm going to call it that, genocide in Ukraine. You know where in the US it is? I know people that would find this funny. Do people like this guy not feel any shame? They don't feel any shame. They feel that they get from acting like this.
Everyone's screaming. Oh, everyone's from Russia. I see little dolls and vodka.
This is so... Like, this is so angering as well because, once again, it's a person that sits here in the US in safety while Ukrainian people are just dying. Like, Ukrainian people are being bombed. Their cities are being bombed at night. Anastasia has not had a proper sleep in like over a year. They believe the Russian propaganda, of course. Of course.
Oh no! It's Ivan from that Rocky just got beat up by Ivan. This is carnage. Everyone's melting. Don't leave your house, everyone. We're at Zaporozhye power plant here in Russia. This is like Hiroshima all over again. Ah, this is horrifying. There's no way.
And the bit is so long. It is basically him like repeating the same thing over and over and over. It's not gonna get funny the longer you do it. In fact, even a funny joke gets very tired the longer you do it. A good joke should be quick and to the point, okay? Even the best point, when dragged to this extent, will just get unbearable. And this is not a good joke. So, my uncle used to watch RT all the time before they were blocked. I mean, even if the right-wingers don't directly think Russia is good, a lot of people are told that the US is sending so much money there. They think foreign assistance is an insult to us. Jesus, that's such a short-sighted and bad view of things. Only disgrace.
We did not do that.
There's no humor in such so-called jokes. Only disgrace.
It's the entire country of Russia. Oh no! Whoa!
I mean, yeah, the entire country of Russia is invading Ukraine, correct? I mean, even if explain what? You want me to explain what? What do you want me to explain? Did I say something weird?
Anyway, this is the type of content he produces. This is the type of jokes he tells.
Amazing. Amazing.
I guess the joke is we're gonna be the ones to blow it up, and it's all fake or whatever. Anyway.
How it's short-sighted? It's short-sighted because you're basically like people people don't see the long-term benefit of creating allies, okay? People only see, oh, money is being spent now, and people don't really see the long-term benefits of helping and building up allies. That's what I'm trying to say, basically. You know? I think we should help Ukraine, but if someone were to say to me, there's people in US starving, I don't know what to say to them. Well, you say to them that the US has enough money to both help the starving and Ukraine, because it's fact, actually. It is fact that the US has enough to help both Ukraine and the starving. So this is what you can tell them with confidence. You can tell them that if the US government has not helped the starving till now, then it would not have helped them, even if it would not help Ukraine. And that is also a fact. Even if the US stopped all aid to Ukraine right now, overnight, it would not change the situation of the starving in the US in the slightest, because those are not tied things in the slightest. These are not connected issues. The US has the capability to do both, actually. I thought the jokes, what Dano and Benjamin didn't think the war in Ukraine was real. Oh, that would have been so bad, actually. It would have been so bad. That's true. It's an example, though. It's the broader idea that the U.S. revenue should foremost assist U.S. citizens. Well, it can do both. So, you know, those are not mutually exclusive issues, is what is the important point. Those issues are not mutually exclusive.
Anyway, putting that aside, this is the type of commentary you can expect from Owen Benjamin. But he gave some really beautiful commentary recently. He really opened my eyes, you know. Maybe that instance of him acting like he was remedial in some way was just an outlier, you know? And I wanted to dig a little deeper into the brilliance of comedian Owen Benjamin.
Please.
And so he made a few posts about nuclear weapons.
Okay, go on.
Usually when I see posts about nuclear weapons, as of recent, it is a lot of people saying the end is nigh, you know.
What? Are nuclear weapons fake, just like the moon landing? Nuclear weapons have been fake. Like, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki has been filmed. This has been, like, fake, just like the moon landing. I think the people not wanting the US to help other countries also don't want the US to help its own people. They view handouts as awful, which is pretty ridiculous. There has to be some way to connect to someone like that thinks like this guy. I don't want to accept that really all we can do is scoff at them and accept them as a ball and chain. That's true. I mean, there is also a possibility that this person knows exactly what he's doing and that he's just grifting for money. That is actually a very real possibility, you know? That this person knows perfectly well what they are saying, that they know perfectly well what they're doing, and they just seek attention and money. Otherwise, if it's not that, then the only way you can reach them otherwise is to sort of connect with them in real life on a one-on-one personal level and calmly discuss the thing with them and hope that they will change their mind. I guess that's the only real thing that you can attempt to do, right? Like, try to connect with them as a human to human and try to sort of calmly change their position on this, I guess. Right? You definitely won't be able to change their mind over the internet. At least that's what I believe. Like, to change someone like that, you definitely need to have some sort of a connection with them. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. All of the foreign US give out is less than 1% of its entire budget. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that the US can do both, right? It can help allies and it can solve domestic problems. I'm exhausted, Lucy. I scoff at these people every second of my life and it doesn't do anything. Yeah, but to actually change their mind would require a deeper level of connection with them than you can have. I mean, you could build some sort of a connection over the internet as well, but you would need to build it, right? And that can be also extremely mentally exhausting, building such a connection on the off chance that you might change their mind, if that makes sense, you know? Well, it's not re-education. It's basically talking with them and connecting with them as a human being, but that requires huge effort, and the success is not really guaranteed, right? Because if you just try to change their mind from the position of being like a random person, then they will just dismiss you. They'll be like, you know, they'll be like, who are you to tell me what to think? Screw you. Like, it can be done, but you're right, it would take more engagement and it would take time and a lot of effort. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it can be worth it, but you also have to consider if you're willing to put in that time and put in that effort, and if it's worth your time and effort to do. It's basically the same argument as America First. I mean, it is literally that argument. Like, some people that debated Dylan on this topic quite literally just said America First. Like, in the US, there are 5 houses sitting completely empty for each unhoused person. We have to meet the people where they are at. We cannot talk down or at the masses, etc. Like, it can be done, but it's like, it requires a lot of effort to do. To sort of, you know, it's like my best friend said. My best friend is Vietnamese, but I think all the gigglers that watch me know that my best friend, 2 of my best friends are Vietnamese and they're siblings. But it's basically what my best friend said, for example, that many people who are racist have simply never met a person of color before, at least in Poland. It may be different in the US, but my best friend told me that many racists are people that just never met a person of color and had some weird ideas, you know? And my best friend said that sometimes he met a racist person and then he would talk to the racist person. He would meet the person for the first time, mind you. and the person would be like, oh wow, I thought people like you were, I don't know, bad or strange or whatever, but I just didn't know. I didn't know anything. It seems like I just had those beliefs in my head, and now that I've met you, I'm ashamed, you know? That happened. That actually happened to my best friend. Like, oh, I had all those strange beliefs about, people who are like you. And I was like, now that I've met you, I'm just ashamed of what I was thinking. You know? That's definitely also a scenario that happens in real life. I'm out of the mind of utterly nationalizing the pharmaceutical industry. They claim they want to help the sick, so they put your money where your mouth is. True. If you truly for positive change in the world, we have to be willing to put in that time. That's also true. But we also, as individuals, have an infinite amount of time to sort of to dedicate to one-on-one interactions. That's unfortunately also true, that our time as humans is also limited, even if we have the best of intent. That's partly true in the US, or at least it is reflected in trends. Exposure reduces bigotry, right? Yeah. So yeah, you know. And I'm also happy to announce that once again that Poland is becoming more and more diverse when it comes to people that live in Poland, even though Poland is right now ruled by a far-right party, which I'm hoping will lose the nearest election that is coming up. I will be doing my best to vote and to try to vote out the bigoted far-right government that's in charge right now. I met people who are kind and sincere. I just wish they didn't have that ideology glued to them. I can shuttle them and correct them. I only see people so much. Good things in the face of bad government. Yeah, quite literally. Like I met a really nice person from Ethiopia, for example, and they gave me some really nice coffee from Ethiopia and told me that coffee originates from a region in Ethiopia called Kaffa. I don't think you ever covered the rest of the Poland headlines from the other day. You just covered the Belarus helicopter thing. Okay, next stream I'm gonna cover more Polish things, okay? I'm gonna cover the election because the list has been announced. Okay, let's continue for now.
All gonna die. But he has a different interpretation of nuclear weapons.
Interesting interpretation.
Here's what he has to say about nuclear weapons.
Nuclear.
It's weird that the nuclear blasts vaporized brick houses. You can check out the video, by the way. This is a video from a nuclear test.
Okay. Music is pretty dramatic. I met a cool lady a while back from, I think it was Colombia, I forget, but she showed me some ginger candies which were cool. Nice.
That's horrifying. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. Nuclear war, very scary. But
True. It's nuclear, actually, but yeah, we get the point.
He sees this video, and he takes a different interpretation. Because the
Oh,
interpretation
boy.
I come from that is, that's scary, right? But he says this instead. It's weird that the nuclear blasts vaporized brick houses but not the old-timey camera recording it.
This guy's brain is a brick. There you go. I went there, but
It's because nukes are fake. Hiroshima and Nagasaki never had any fallout radiation. The whole narrative and all the evidence is absurd. Okay, first off, woo! Oh, sorry, I'm just a little overwhelmed.
yes. Yes. It looks like Hiroshima and Nagasaki are basically just like the moon landing, faked. And even a nice brick, it's some cheap composite half crumbling brick, true. Oh boy. Oh boy.
That's such a relief. That is such a relief. Well, we need troops on the ground for Ukraine then. If that's the man, thank you. This makes my job a lot easier. My God. But
I'm gonna be honest. If there were no nuclear strikes, if nuclear bombs were fake, NATO would have been all over Russia by now. No cap. NATO would have been. There would have been NATO forces on the ground in Ukraine, storming. Like, no, there would have been NATO units now in Russia proper, like conquering Moscow, if nuclear option was not an option. As an expert in fraud, I can say this isn't fake. You know? So Dylan's making a really good point here.
But before we jump to any conclusions and wipe away the nuclear annihilation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it might make sense to scroll a little bit down further and look at the addendums that have been put on his post by the glorious feature of added context on Twitter.
I love the added context on Twitter that actually, corrected Elon Musk on more than one occasion. Those are the best times when Elon Musk says something really, really stupid and his own platform corrects him. I love it when that happens. Oh, I love it when that happens.
The only good thing about Elon's reign on Twitter.com. So, first he said, why is the camera recording it? How are all these houses getting destroyed, but the camera can still work? It's because nukes are fake. Not a lot of evidence to prove nukes are fake. Could have probably went out and Googled it himself, but he did it. Anyway, read added context immediately explains this by saying, the cameras were in bunkers 5 miles away from ground zero with telescopic lenses allowing for the camera to record the nuclear explosion. Hiroshima and Nagasaki have no fallout radiation today as the atomic bombs were detonated at an altitude of 600 m, which I assume means meters. Now, this didn't stop Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin is a confident little fella. He's very confident. When he meets a brick wall, he'd rather slam his skull into it over and over and over and over again.
I mean, something must give at some point, right? Either the wall or the skull, but something will give in at some point.
Again, then simply move around it and just be like, give up. I'm not going to try to walk through this wall. So he keeps going, though. No corrections and things like, the camera was far away. No. That's not going to stop him. Here's an addendum that he's added in the comments, just to save time for responses. And oh my God, look at all these things.
My God.
Number one, the camera isn't super far away.
I actually hadn't stopped to consider how they filmed the explosions. Well, now we know.
It gets engulfed in a dust cloud. One shot, it's in the house. Okay, so we already watched the video. But them zooming in on the house does not mean that the dust couldn't engulf the house so that all you see is dust. That doesn't prove that it's far away. I mean, that it's close up. That it can still be far away using a telescopic lens. And as for the one shot he's talking about of it being in the house, let's go look at that shot.
What shot? What shot?
Here's the shot. Oh, and then... 1 second. There it is. Here it is. Then it's over. It's like for half of a second. It didn't even show anything. It just like an incomplete dust and nothing else. There could have been a camera in there, then it gets destroyed. It's not a long sustaining shot. His complaint was, wow, all these cameras don't get destroyed. That was his complaint. And the one camera, which he is identifying as being, he knows for sure, close, seemingly can't do a long shot as if it was destroyed.
Right.
Now, we could go Google this and find out the specifics anyway, but he has so many other points that we gotta address the rest of the points. He has so many other great points to prove nukes aren't real. Number 2, the camera is not protected in a super duper bunker. Anything that vaporizes brick would vaporize anything you could see through. Also, wait, what does that mean? Anything that would vaporize brick would vaporize anything you can see through. Wait, so you couldn't just be at a distance with a... What does that mean? Just because it vaporizes...
Wait, I assume that the cameras were simply outside of the range of the blast. And that's it. Then vaporize brick and the forest blow away and destroyed it. That's a good point, but I also just assumed that the camera was out of the range of the blast.
Brick very close to the explosion does not mean you couldn't survive miles away from the explosion. Also, the camera literally shakes in some blasts. Even if you had a camera 5 miles away from a nuke, and I'm saying this as somebody who has been in an area that's been bombed by just conventional warheads,
right?
It can shake the ground. And if we're talking about a nuclear explosion, yeah, it might shake the ground 5 miles away.
Yeah.
Number 3, you're looking at miniatures. These aren't actual buildings blowing up. They are models. Wait, so they're miniatures. They're not full buildings. Does he have any evidence of that? Oh, no, he doesn't address it. He just keeps going. Number 4, there is no fallout in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, or in any of the 40th states that there were test sites. I guess he didn't respond to the added context. Number 5, Hiroshima and Nagasaki weren't in the top 10 destroyed cities of Japan, and the cities were never dead zones. They were never evacuated. Number 6, eyewitnesses working on... I'm just going to stop, respond to everything. There's so many points. Eyewitnesses working on the Manhattan Project, like Head or GM Galen Windsor, stated that the explosions during the tests were massive amounts of TNT. Number 7, yes, the whole world can be in on it ever since the creation of the United Nations.
Oh my... What? The whole world can be in on it. Yes, the whole world is in on it. Just like with the flat earth thing.
So every single nation, with no dissent, all of them, from North Korea to the United States, have all agreed on one thing, and that's to lie to the world and simultaneously fake nuclear tests, fake the seismic tremors that happen after these nuclear tests, trick the scientists into it, or make the scientists jump on board. It's all a conspiracy from every element of society to trick you into believing the nuclear weapons are real.
Yes.
That's much more likely than they're just real, in his worldview. From this video. Okay, got you. Whatever. There are no nuclear bombs with fallout or radiation. There are health effects from uranium-tipped ballistics that can damage thyroids when someone is in a lot of contact with them. That's it. You were tricked. Hiding under your desks was an MK Ultra control program. Man, that's awesome. Stop being afraid. It's fake. Let's see what else he has to say. Because let me just say, he got a lot of backlash for this. Mostly because it's really
Then why wouldn't just why wouldn't the UN just move into Russia and stomp it if there is no threat of nuclear war? Like, Russia can barely handle Ukraine. Why wouldn't the UN just, and the EU for that matter, just enter Russia and stomp it? Why not? That's the problem. There are no nukes. If nukes are fake.
Stupid. But he did not back down. He kept going like a warrior. My town has 3 nuclear power plants, and I used to do a podcast at Caltech with the nuclear...
A podcast. Oh, a podcast.
Physicist. Oh, okay. Well, this seems like the person we should be listening to on this. He did a podcast. I'm no expert, but apparently I know vastly more than most people about nuclear power.
I see.
If you believe nukes exist, you now know more about nukes than Owen Benjamin. Just saying. It's actually very simple. Uranium isotope robs are very hot and stay hot. They boil water. The steam turns turbines and makes electricity. Nuclear waste is just hot rods that stay hot for a long time. It's thermal radiation. And our plants on Lake Ontario, because they would use that water to cool the rods and send the water back into the lake. The pollution was just the temperature of the water.
Hot rod.
I would pay.
Give me back that matrix immediately.
Owen Benjamin, $10,000. And give him bragging rights for the rest of his life.
Don't give him $10,000. Give me $10,000. I needed more. Saying how many people need to be quiet on the nukes, considering in reality they were in the nuclear secrets of true. Well, fake Kyle Parker. Have you considered that the whole world is in on it? The whole world?
If he agrees to camp for 1 month in the Red Forest here in Ukraine.
No
I
shot.
don't think it would be, I mean, I think the government authorities maybe want to stop him from killing himself. But if he can sneak past them and do it, I will give him that money. For 1 month in the Red Forest. I'd be happy to. The pollution was...
I would not do it, by the way. Especially that $10,000 is a really low amount for something like that. For that challenge, $10,000 is a no, not enough. Well, in this case, it'll be even more difficult. True.
It's just the temperature of
I'd not do it for... I'm not sure if I'd do it for any amount of money, to be quite honest. I do it and then no, you don't go to the forest. Fake Kyle Parker, don't go to the forest.
Water. A nuclear bomb is absurd. When people say, so let me guess, nuclear power plants are fake? No, they just boil water. Why would they lie? Because nuclear power is very, very cheap and would destabilize the oil industry. Our dollar is supported by oil. It's the petrodollar. So spells and propaganda were used. Spells?
I mean, it is true that it would push out oil, but it has nothing to do with... Okay, whatever. What would you do for 10K? I don't know. Hit me with challenges for $10,000 and see if I accept them or not. Hit me, Greta Rain. Give me a challenge for $10,000 and see if I accept it or not. The only way to find out is to ask me. Okay, it's the only way for... No, I would not. I wouldn't.
You mean that literally? So spells and propaganda were used to demonize any alternatives to oil. It's extremely simple to understand. Yeah, it's much more simple than believing nukes are real, is to believe that instead every single government and all of their scientists And all of the institutions, the
True.
IAEA, everyone is in on a plot.
It's that Occam's razor thing, you know? The simplest.
To trick the world about the efficiency of.
Would you, for $10,000, attempt to single-handedly reform the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? Yes. Yes. I would make that attempt for $10,000. Are you gonna give me $10,000 to try?
Of nuclear power by making up this story about nukes so they can save the profits of the oil and gas industry, including countries which don't have large oil and gas reserves. They have decided to sign on to it for who knows what reasons. But also, on top of that...
For solidarity, because it's one big prank. So would you destroy a mailbox with fire for 10? No. No, I wouldn't. Venezuelan dollars. Let me check how much they're worth. Let me check. How much is it? Oh. No. Apparently the Venezuelan dollars are really weak. So no. I'm afraid not. Wed went out. I'm back. Hello. Or you could buy a new mailbox and then feed lots of random people. Yeah, but you didn't take into consideration that there's mail inside of the mailbox. And the mail inside of the mailbox might be worth a lot more than $10,000 to people. See, I did think about it. He said destroy a mailbox with fire, and that mailbox may contain a lot of very important and valuable mail. See, you didn't need to think about it.
These countries will still make their own nuclear power plants as well. If the whole point is to discredit nuclear power plants, why would they still build nuclear power plants? Okay, let's read the corrections though, because other people put a lot more effort in responding to this than I did, because this is ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah.
Number one, uranium rods are not hot by nature. Rather, a neutron source is used to initiate the chain reaction which creates heat. Number two, nuclear bombs also use a chain reaction.
What are the odds? Well, I don't know what the odds are, which is why I'm not willing to make that bet, you know? I'm not willing to risk other people's important mail, you know?
Action just at a very rapid rate, which causes an explosion. Number three, nuclear waste is radioactive, which makes it dangerous. And lastly, I want to show Owen Benjamin's response to everybody calling him a moron for acting like a moron. And here's what he had to say. So,
hanging out with my sister, good night. Have a wonderful time with your sister. I hope to see you again. I'll see you later, Giggler. Have a nice time. Eat something nice. Eat cake or ice cream. Or, better yet, eat ice cream on top of a cake. That's actually a pretty good combination.
This tweet is now at 5.6 million views, and I've never had more hate from a tweet in my life. If you look at the claims of the community notes, they're absurd. A zoom-in lens in the 1940s with film camera zoomed in 5 miles from a periscope many people added to get a shot inside a house, or these highly detailed outdoor shots in slow motion of a nuclear bomb. So the reason there isn't currently fallout is because the bomb was dropped so high in air. This is the thing. What I love about this theory is what he's saying, and you hear this about the same people who doubt that the moon landing happened.
Oh my god.
The same
Oh
people who say
yeah.
that was fake. He is saying that.
I
wow,
told you nuclear bombs were the new moon landing. Would you hide someone's shoes for $10,000? Yes. Yes. I would do that. Will you give me $10,000 to hide someone's shoes?
Oh, it's crazy that the zoom-in lens could get so close at such a long distance in the 1940s. But he is perfectly willing to believe that it was possible to fake the nuclear tremors and to get both the Soviet Union and the United States and all the nation states of the world in the 1940s to agree to lie about the existence of nuclear bombs, as well as creating...
So you were just teasing me. I get it. I see how it is. I see. It's imaginary money, I guess. Well, if it's imaginary money, then I guess it's imaginary shoes. I just popped in and it's new conspiracy BS about nukes being fake. Yes, that's right, Nerodia. That's right. It's the new rage.
Extremely realistic footage of these explosions and tests, and tricking scientists with, I guess, artificial tremors after the tests.
True.
And they got all those Japanese people to lie too. And all of that, like, skin peeling and damage to the bodies of those who experienced radiation poisoning in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I guess those people just had
I would not steal anyone's lawnmower for 10K. Even if the lawnmower is imaginary.
fantastic, like, you know, artists, body art artists.
I guess my line is at a silly prank, which is hiding someone's shoes. That's a silly prank. But stealing from someone is, you know.
Like, they had, like, the body art of a modern Twitch streamer. They had the fantastic artistic skills. That's much more easy to believe than they had a zoom-in lens in the 1940s. So that means there wasn't any fallout when it happened, because the height hasn't changed. So there are the points that make me the dumbest person alive that should kill himself.
Jesus.
I don't remember. Okay, I didn't see any posts telling him he should kill himself. I'm sure there's some people on the internet telling him to kill himself because it's the internet.
What if it's an important family heirloom, Palm Dad, and they wouldn't want a new one. They want the old one because it's been passed down for generations. You know? The legendary family lawnmower that has been passed down from parent to child.
I don't know why he's particularly concentrating on that, because the majority of people are not telling him to kill himself. They're just calling him the dumbest person alive. That they are calling him consistent.
Lawnmowers don't usually last that long. Well, what's been repaired many, many times. It's been repaired many, many times through the love of the family, and, you know, parts were replaced, etc.
So you can't see why a person with 16 years of experience in the TV and film industry may question the 5-mile zoom from a periscope for an indoor shot in a house narrative. By the way, it's not I'm asking questions. The guy isn't asking questions.
True.
The guy is making an assertion. And I hate this, because people who quote-unquote ask questions do this all the time, where they won't have any evidence for their claims.
That's true.
They won't have to, you know, gather sources or go out there and, like, back up their affirmative claim, right? Or back up their claim. They simply get to stand at a distance, poke holes, and not have to back up their own theory.
True, there's this kite that's the oldest lawnmower in the world. Let's see, Curry's Palm Dad. We must consider the very, very unlikely off chance that it holds sentimental value. True! Now you get it. Now you get it. Now you understand how I feel. I go as a comedian, special effects artist. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Yeah, a comedian.
But
Coronation Star Scream. This is bad comedy. Megatron, is that you? Here's a hint.
with a layman's understanding of the topic, read and misinterpret the
Here's a
scientific
hint.
research and work in the field to try to discredit it and say it was all fake because you yourself can't understand it. I don't know, man. You know, this feels like a lot like just the best representation of Dunning-Kruger somebody could possibly craft in their head. It's really fascinating, people's reactions. I think it's because they need the new narrative to continue with the lie that man can destroy.
No, Lucy, no, you're being bad. It's 10,000. You can do more net good than rejecting the offer. Boo. No, it depends on the situation, you know? If it's a silly prank like hiding shoes, then I would agree.
Destroy creation. Oh, is this like a... So is this a religious thing? That the reason... Nukes can't be real because that would mean that we could be as powerful as God?
True, nukes can be real. There's nothing about nukes in the Bible. Oh boy.
And Jesus, there's no way we could be as powerful as Jesus? Is that the
Jesus never spoke of nukes.
idea? Human beings have a...
That sense was so surprising when I saw it. It wasn't as brutal as the other scenes in the movie, but the way it shows shocked me. Oh yeah, you mean the Transformers one? Yeah, I know it was shocking. Yeah. Although I think the one that shocked me was the Ironhide one. Such heroic nonsense. You'd probably go through the Old Testament and put something out that is nuke-like. Maybe.
a very good propensity to kill each other, even if you don't believe in nukes. There's so many other weapons that can wipe city off the face of the earth. For example, in World War II, during Japan, the Japanese firebombing that Curtis LeMay directed, that the American Air Force engaged in Japan, killed much more civilians than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I doubt this person's bringing that into question. Is that not also the power of gods to take 1,000 metal birds, fly them to a place halfway across the world, and wipe cities off the face of the earth, and burn hundreds of thousands to death? In challenging of the Japanese God King, the Sun Emperor? I don't know. I don't know if this really keeps this narrative safe, even if you believe nukes are fake. Anyway, he's very, very not happy about the response he's gotten for being called dumb, for saying a bunch of dumb things on the internet.
Nobody ever
Owen
is.
Benjamin is a very, very silly person, but, you know, life would be very boring if we didn't have silly people like this. But
no one's ever happy about being called dumb. True.
Have fun with people like this as long as no one takes anything they say terribly seriously.
True.
Okay? What a weird guy.
What
a weirdo. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the dude's a little bit of a weirdo.
Oh no.
A little bit of a weird guy.
You don't say.
It's very hard to close these tabs while also not being able to see your mouse. It is not easy. Not easy.
Why can't you see your
This
mouse?
footage is fake too, by the way. This is footage of a nuclear test in the USSR. They must have planned to do this with the American regime as well. Wait, my mouse is back. I can see my mouse now.
It's
Fantastic.
just visual effects. It's CGI. It's all
I'm
CGI.
sorry, so, to be clear, Soviet filmographers could fake this in the 60s. They could fake this. This was with easily within their purview of control and editing and filmography.
That is
but
sad.
a zoom-in lens is impossible.
I see what you did there, Dylan. And so the amazing challenge has been completed. If you've enjoyed this challenge, then then you should like, subscribe, press the bell, subscribe on the page, donate on the page, help me, support me, and hug me, okay? I remember the stream actually was a while ago. I was watching it. It is, Eman. So, yay, says fake Alec Kyle Parker. Now I've got a special treat for fake Alec Kyle Parker. So we're gonna save the game here. Okay, we're saving the game. I've got a special treat for fake Alec Kyle Parker. Such a special treat. No specialer treat was ever done for fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm actually having 3 days off this week, so it's gonna be off day tomorrow, off day on Wednesday, and then I'm back on Thursday, if I remember correctly. We're not finished yet. We're not finished quite yet. We're gonna do something special for fake Alec Kyle Parker. Why do they still need body farm? I've already seen every kind of decom. What? What were you? What is this? Look at this. We're doing this. It's gonna be amazing. A treat for fake Alec Kyle Parker. Huh. Yes. Ready the shuttle for launch. Now all we need is a little energon and a lot of luck. What do you think of Pokemon Uranium? It's nice. We're gonna continue playing it. The fan-made Pokemon is gonna be the first. It's gonna be the longest Pokemon I will have ever played, which I find to be pretty funny. It's gonna be the longest Pokemon that I will have ever played. Let's go! That's right. We have fixed the problem of the audio in the Transformers. We have fixed it, right? Let me make sure. That's right. We have fixed the Transformers problem. Campaign! Let's go. I've told you it's a treat for you. Campaign. We're going to play as Bumblebee. And the audio is working. That's right. We've managed. That's right. Continue. I don't care about the recent checkpoint that was soundless. Wah, cutscene.
We have no choice, Bumblebee. The war is lost.
We always have a choice.
Leaving
That's
our
cool.
home is the hardest decision I've ever had to make. It has been a long, painful war with the Decepticons.
Those are pretty cool designs, by the way.
Whatever lies beyond that portal is our best and last hope, my friend.
Where's the footage?
We're approaching
Okay,
the portal.
I'm
That
gonna.
indicates it's growing more unstable.
Oh my god. I'm gonna restart the game. Here it is. I always make this mistake, and nobody tells me. It's okay. I always make mistakes. Oh my goodness. At least we know that the audio is fixed, okay? And I know that the video works. Okay, Look, 3 times a charm, okay? I made the audio mistake once. I made the video mistake twice. The 3rd time's a charm. There we go. Now it's set. Game, set, and match. There you go. Now it's optimal. Oh my goodness. That is so classically me. That is so classic. Okay, now we play the campaign as Bumblebee. There you go, continue. Alright, now we watch the cutscene. Alright, I'm gonna shrink cutscene.
We have no choice, Bumblebee.
We always have a choice.
War is lost. Leaving our home is the hardest decision I've ever had to make.
And yes, these are cool designs once again, I will say it.
Whatever lies beyond that portal is our best and last hope, my friend.
Beyond the dark portal. The Ark.
We're approaching the portal. Data indicates it's growing more unstable.
At this rate, it may close before we even get there.
Megatron. Direct all fire on those tow cables. All hands to combat.
Bumblebee, you with us? Optimus, he's coming around.
Thank the Maker.
He's been through worse. Voice chip is still crushed. Nothing new there. Base energon levels are almost normal.
Really?
Overshields are charging up.
The Bayformer's voicing is... Oh god, I hate that. Isn't this a... Oh god. I hate this thing that the Bayformers established the Bumblebee crashed the voice BS. The mouse? I'm using the controller. Why the mouse?
That's it. On target. Looking good. How are your optics?
Arms out! Weapons to the deck! Don't fire! I'm a medic! Slap a muffler on it! Take them out, Bumblebee! My optics! Ah!
Okay, where the... what? Thank you. And yes, I really hated that they replaced lasers with bullets ever since the Bayformers.
Here, grab this ammo clip. More Decepticons are trying to board.
I hate that the Transformer uses ammo and the Bayformers are to blame.
Don't forget to reload.
Decepticons are boarding a ship! Defend the bridge! That's showing them!
Megatron won't give up that easily.
Teletrack, full damage analysis on all decks.
Firewall breach, unauthorized access. Your precious Ark will never reach that portal, Optimus. Shield failure on starboard thruster. I will tear your ship apart, piece by piece.
Also, Teletran 1 has a terrible voice.
Decepticons are swarming the engine deck!
I'm on my way.
Bumblebee, stay and cover the bridge.
Teletran system failure.
No! The entire defense network is down. Without the pulse cannons, Optimus won't stand a chance. You'll have to
Did they just commit a war crime against the miracle robot? Make them pay.
reboot the system manually. Take this fuse from Teletran. It should reactivate the service lift. Good luck, Bumblebee.
This way, Bumblebee! We'll take point! You alright?
So much for that.
Hurry! I'll hold it open for you!
For you.
Bumblebee, I've patched into your optics. The service lift is just ahead.
We've got to get out of here!
Gravity reestablished.
Megatron will pay for that. They're ripping the Ark apart. You'll have to dash midair to get across.
Shield failure. Inner jar
But the gameplay is actually pretty good.
turbine starvation at 64%.
Cosmos.
Replace
Oh.
the fuse and the lift should reactivate.
Isn't Cosmos supposed to be Hello! Charizardus. That's right. The game is fun to play, I will say that much. I am having fun playing the game. So far.
Close quarters to fire your weapon. You'll have to punch through the safety locks.
Ooh.
Service lift online.
Nice work, Bumblebee.
My name is Goldbug. The name's Goldbug.
Bumblebee, you're almost to the defense tower. Hurry, Optimus is losing ground.
Yeah, the graphics are nice.
Those flames will bubble your paint if you don't haul asses. Sprint through! That energon will cool your chassis.
In here, Bumblebee! I could use a hand! No, Decepticons! Dropping in from above! Change your shooting hand for better aim and cover! Good hit! Good effect on target! Got some Autobots here! That's it! Put him down! Put him down!
It's cute how the weakest Autobot of all, Bumblebee, is, shown as so strong here. Goldbug is the most libertarian transformer. I mean, it's just Bumblebee that's rebuilt. I feel like a Goldbug. And that's what you'll be from now on, Bumblebee. Goldbug.
Easy now. Your pulse rifle could melt that whole panel. Think you can rush him from there? You did it! Pulse gunners, engine deck, covering fire. Tactical readout is online. Now if I can just locate Optimus. There! He's taking Megatron head on! Bumblebee, are you there? Optimus needs your help. That fall must have jarred your alternator back into gear. Change form and roll out.
What is Bumblebee supposed to do against Megatron? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I hate this transformation sound. I may like the gameplay of this game, but I hate this transformation sound. Okay? I like the classic transformation sound.
You lost the blast. That great. Look out, Bumblebee! Bumblebee, kick in your nitro boost. Bumblebee, you're running out of road. You'll have to jump it.
Check your fire! Over here. Legend said you were coming. Open up! We got Bumblebee!
Thank Primus the defense grid is back up. You pull that off?
Nice. Didn't stand a chance without it.
Yeah? What do you think the odds are now?
Who knows? I'm gonna kick Megatron tails across the galaxy. I'm gonna kick Megatron's tail across the
The Ark
galaxy.
can't take much more of this! We'll never make it through that portal! Have faith in Optimus, soldier! Through here, Bumblebee! You want to be tip of the spear? We're right behind you!
Bumblebee is the tip of the spear. That's funny.
Let's go, let's go, let's go! Move out, move out! Target left! High left! Target right! I'm hit! I'm down! Push forward! Head to the smoke!
Centrifugal separator critical. Engine failure at 89%.
Push forward! Through that arch!
Oh, I died.
Target left! High left! Target right! I'm hit! I'm down!
Centrifugal separator critical. Engine failure at 89%.
Push forward! Head for the smoke! Push forward! Through that arch!
I died again. Okay, let's... That's it.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Move out! Move out! Target left! High left! Target right! I'm hit! I'm down! Push forward! Head for the smoke!
Centrifugal separator critical. Engine failure at 89%.
Push forward! Through that arch!
There you go.
Holy crap! Did you see that? The whole engine deck is coming apart!
Hey.
Keep pushing! Optimus needs us!
I'll clear you a wedge.
Air 1-8 to ground. That last blast took a toll on Optimus. You want to help? The time is now.
We're almost through! Autobots, listen up! Bumblebee's gonna punch through! Give him some covering fire! Now! Suppressing fire!
Isn't Bumblebee like the biggest weakling of all the Autobots? Bumblebee's the weakest one of all the Autobots. Why?
Holy strap! Did you see that? The whole engine deck is coming apart! Keep pushing! Optimus needs us!
Air 1-8 to ground. That last blast took a toll on Optimus. You want to help? The time is now.
We're almost through! Autobots, listen up! He made it! He's through!
I can't see anything, but my scanners say Optimus should be right on top of you.
I mean, in Generation 1 cartoon, he was just weak. Okay.
This ought to do the job.
Even if you destroy me, Megatron, others will rise to defeat your tyranny.
Then I'll just have to destroy you all.
Bumblebee! Cybertron, the home world we Autobots have strived to protect from the Decepticons, can no longer sustain us. Eons of civil war have caused the greatest of casualties. Our planet's very core has shut down, halting its production of life-giving energon. Most of us have abandoned our home in hopes of finding a new life among the stars. I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. We do not know how many of our brothers escaped Megatron's blockade. I can only be certain of this. Just one transport remains.
Ironhide to Optimus Prime. The last of the Energon reserves have been transferred to the Ark. Engines are online, all systems go.
Nice work, Ironhide. Perceptor, how goes the city shutdown procedures?
Nearly finished, Optimus. My team will have all systems powered off and archived by the time we launch.
Good. I'll send the boarding call
Damn.
momentarily. But first...
Optimus, Decepticons have broken through sectors 9 through 12.
That was Grimlock's post.
More Decepticon squadrons approaching from the north and west.
Also, this cannot be G1. In G1, the Dinobots were created on Earth.
On our way, Ratchet.
Oh, they cannot transform. Why not?
Grimlock, do you read me? Grimlock. No answer.
It's okay. Transformers are cool.
More cannons. Megatron isn't holding back anything this time. It's targeting the Ark.
Optimus, the bridge is out!
Keep going, Jetfire. I'll find another way.
Decepticon warp cannon! Optimus!
True.
Over here!
Over where?
Ratchet, I found a route through the Iacon ruins. I'm heading for the auxiliary entrance.
Iacon.
Decepticon dropship!
Ratchet, I'm approaching the side entrance. Have that door ready.
Acknowledged.
Almost there.
Your aim stinks even more than your stuff.
I'm inside. Ratchet, have Warpath get a response team ready and meet me in the armory.
Will do.
Immediately.
Megatron's timing is as lousy as ever.
Why didn't Grimlock warn us?
He's a traitor.
Identity confirmed. Enter Optimus Prime.
Oh.
It's Optimus Prime!
We're friends.
The security is still online.
But they were Decepticons.
Optimus, we tried our best. Without Grimlock, Megatron rolled right over us.
Easy, soldier. Thank you, Bumblebee.
I think I got it. Try it now.
Power's still not stable. Do it over.
What is this?
Working as fast as we can, Optimus.
Power's failing again. Optimus, I need your help.
Ratchet, how can I help?
Silverbolt's leaked too much energon. We need to stabilize his power. Grab that cable. Now, plug it into his power supply.
We blew a regulator.
Matrix. We need that power online.
Power's back.
Well met, Ratchet.
Thank you, Primus. I'll handle the rest, Optimus. I'm sure you'll need it elsewhere. Easy. Save your strength.
I'm leaking over here. Hello? Look out! Hold on, soldier! I'll get you out. Everything okay?
We've got this covered, Jazz. Grimlock left his post. I need you to find him.
On my way!
Grimlock's a traitor.
Optimus? Looking for Grimlock. Warpath, give me a status update.
Perceptor and a bunch of tech heads are trapped inside the nerve center at the south gate. I'm gathering a rescue team.
Count me in.
You might...
Hello, Optimus.
Oh. I guess I cannot afford anything. How do I exit this? How do I exit? What's the background story of Transformers? The Decepticons are evil, the Autobots are good, they're fighting a civil war.
Long live the last Prime.
Energon is in short supply, so make every shot count. You want the honors, Optimus?
It's your show, Warpath.
Listen up.
Basically, yeah.
Right outside
That's
this
basically it.
When the door opens, we go out hard. You will engage the enemy with guns blazing and gears grinding.
Yes, sir.
Hit on 3, 2, 1.
Listen, the theme, like there's the theme song to Transformers. The Transformers, robots in disguise, Autobots fighter. Like how did it went? Autobots fight their evil. Whatever. How could I forget the Transformers thing? There's Transformers, robots in the sky, Transformers, more than meets the eye. Autobots fight the evil forces of the Decepticons or something like that. But there was more to the... I feel like I'm missing something from the theme song. The Decepticons don't want to destroy Cybertron, they want to conquer it. Where's my phone? Okay, now I have to look it up because now I'm annoyed with the fact that I forgot.
Oh, Barry!
Oh, thank you for the gift. This free tier 1 subscriptions for Chazardus, VRN93, and Cheese Wizard. Okay. Transformers more than meets the eye. Transformers, robots in disguise. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. There we go. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. That's the premise. There's no better way to describe the premise than this. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. The Transformers rotor needs the eye. Ba-da-ba-da. The Transformers more than meets the eye. From the rest of the Transformers, so it's like two nations who are the same basically, but one wants supremacy. Yes. And also, there's Megatron, who has the best line in the universe. Listen, I will never get tired of this line. Where is it? Where is one my favorite Transformers line? One moment. I know it's here somewhere. Okay, it seems like I have to like... this Megatron quote, that's the best. Okay, prepare yourselves for the best Megatron quote ever.
I've got morons on my team.
There you go. This will never get old, ever. Was it its first debut as a child target audience? The Transformers G1 cartoon. Lol, useful clip. I know, right? On that note, I'm going to head out. Needless to say, my dog needs her beauty sleep. Lol, and so good night. Thank you for a lovely chat and stream. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Moose Watcher. It's Moose Watcher, right? Yes. Thank you for being here, Moose Watcher 123. I hope to see you again. And hope to see you more than again. I hope to see you again plus. If that makes sense. Alright, let's continue. Because the Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of that Decepticons.
Keep attack formation. This way, Optimus. Let's
Which way?
flank these cons. What are you grunts waiting for? Follow Prime!
True.
Those cons are trying to break into the nerve center! Optimus, fall back!
Too late, I'm dead. I was going to sleep earlier, but I forgot to do my laundry early and my blanket is said, what is washing? No, you just wanted to stay and watch.
When the door opens, we go out hard! You will engage the enemy with guns blazing and gears grinding.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Hit on 3, 2.
Well, guess what? It's 5 a.m. for me. For me, that ship has sailed. It's 5 a.m. So there's no waking up at 4 a.m. for me.
This way, Optimus! Let's move around and flank these cons! Those cons are trying to break into the nerve center!
Yeah. I don't listen to orders. I'm the leader. I'm the boss robot. Optimus Prime is the leader of the Autobots. I'm playing as the leader. There is no bigger boss than me. Bye.
What are you grunts waiting for? Follow Prime! Grenade downrange! Keep pushing forward!
I mean, the last time I tried pushing forward, I just died.
Rolling trash can!
Clear.
Clear!
Warpath, meet me at the door to the nerve center.
This jetpack is still locked!
We need to remove it. Carefully.
You saying I'm not careful?
Optimus, scouts report a Decepticon dropship is coming in hot.
Looks like that jetpack will have to wait. Autobots, take defensive positions.
Optimus, you want dibs on that gun turret?
I'm on it.
All right.
I like the perspective this offers.
Decepticon dropship!
We must protect this door at all costs. Stand your ground, Autobots.
Autobots! I am preparing for the next Path of Exile League. I think I'm going to do SSF. I have to continue playing the Path of Exile.
All right, Prime! Heads up! More Decepticons! Get ahead!
Wait, what am I supposed to do?
I like the perspective this offers. We should never have challenged us.
True. One shall stand, one shall fall.
More Decepticons! High left!
am I? Okay, what am I supposed to do?
Keep them away from the nerve center.
I think so.
I like the perspective this offers. Have to get these damages fixed.
I died. I don't know what to do.
Optimus, scouts report a Decepticon dropship is coming in hot.
Looks like that jetpack will have to wait. Autobots, take defensive positions.
Am I just supposed to defeat all of the enemies?
I'm on it.
Kill the dude? Oh gosh. Left trigger.
Decepticon dropship!
We must protect this door at all costs.
Oh.
Stand your ground, Autobots. Watch out for that dropship cannon!
All right, Prime!
Heads up! More Decepticons dead ahead! More Decepticons! High left! The Autobots will triumph! Get your cover, Prime! Keep them away from the nerve center. I like the perspective this offers. That's the last of them.
Oh.
Good work, Autobots.
That was
Now,
easy.
Let's deal with that jetpack.
Good work, Autobots. Now we can focus on stopping Galvatron.
All right, Warpath. On three. 1, 2, 3. Warpath, secure the area. Then make your way to the Ark. Protect it at all costs.
Yes, Prime.
Optimus? Perceptor has been waiting for you, sir.
Where is he now?
At the central hub. He's been rewiring things all day.
Galvatron is an upgraded version of Megatron, and Megatron is the anti-Optimus.
Optimus!
Perceptor.
Meet me at the command terminal.
And Megatron is also the author of the famous "I've got morons on my team" quote.
Decepticons are less.
We nearly have the nerve center up and running again. Primus. There goes another moleculon fuse. Optimus, if you'd be so kind as to locate another fuse.
I'll handle it, Perceptor.
You couldn't handle clean androids to a picnic.
Shut off like a light!
What happened? I'm not even sad that that soldier just died. Optimus is a heartless bastard.
Right. That should do it.
Optimus is
There they are.
heartless.
I've located artillery units throughout this complex that we could use to repel Megatron's attack. I've been trying to get these weapons online, but they're quite old and...
We don't have enough energon.
Everything we have is fueling the Ark.
Can we spare any of it and still launch?
It's worth a try. We'll have to manually redirect the power to the artillery gun. I can't do it from here.
Optimus, we got cons knocking at the door!
Stay online, Perceptor, and guide me to the first artillery unit.
Roger that, Prime.
Right.
Stay back, Optimus! They'll be through any second! Rockets!
Return fire!
Oh, can't shoot me back!
Am I supposed to be super strong like Optimus Prime, you know, leader of the Autobots?
We got cons knocking at the door!
Stay online, Perceptor, and guide me to the first artillery unit.
Roger that, Prime.
Rockets! Return fire! More warmongering for you! You guys are a waste of force and combat! They disappear like that!
Stand behind cover, Goofy. Optimus is supposed to be overpowered, okay? If it wasn't super copyrighted, I'd show that scene from the Transformers, the movie from 1986, in which he just charged a whole bunch of Decepticons. I just show it to you.
He's around! Where'd he go?
All clear! Seal the door behind me.
Optimus should be able to handle 2 missiles to the face, okay?
All right, Optimus. To get to the first artillery unit, you'll need to head through the engine room. That's where we assembled the Ark's boosters.
I remember.
Your path should be fairly clear. All of that machinery will have been moved by...
Hello, Optimus.
Hello, Giggler. Actually, how do I save game?
Now. All that is left now is the city's...
Is there no saving the game?
Build foundation pumps.
Move it! They're about to get overrun! It's Optimus! The cons are in for it now!
Uh-oh.
Beat you down with your own conversion cog!
I'm hoping to hear the famous "I'll crush you with my bare hands" line. You play so far and there's save points, but you don't notice it. I don't. I thought it was just a store, okay? It's 5 a.m., okay? It's been a long...
Move up! You guys are a waste of bullets and bullets! He's around here somewhere! Approaching! Megatron will use you for spare parts! Rockets on the right!
Okay, that was a mistake. That was my bad.
Rockets on the right!
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. It was an actual question. Ah, okay. Yeah, I guessed Teletron 1 says.
Keep the pressure on!
Just move.
Need a nanoclick here! Here's a message straight from Megatron! Fight for our freedom!
True.
Lost the target!
Freedom is a right of all sentient beings. Or something. Megatron. Let's just sleep right now. Better not. I see you Thursday. I'll see you on Thursday. Yes. I will see you on Thursday.
Got some Autobots here! Keep your chip under clock, Soldier, I'm looking.
The last prime. This is an honor.
There you go. It's safe.
Control. I think it's this way.
See you, Giggler.
Lost the target!
Transformers. More than me. I'm gonna finish at least 2 levels.
Optimus, the control room is this way.
Where are the artillery controls?
I don't know.
They should be just around the...
Incoming! Optimus, are you all right?
Shockwave.
Prime.
In the back!
It was Shockwave.
Thanks, Optimus. Thought I was a goner.
Optimus, are you all right?
I'm fine, Perceptor, but...
Wait, is Shockwave dead? Did I just kill Shockwave? I guess not.
Come back here!
They do look like Shockwave there.
Optimus, according to my schematics, you should be near the artillery controls.
I see them, but how do I get there?
There might be an ion vent nearby that could give you a boost. Must reach those artillery controls. I'm certain that the ion vents can help you get there.
Oh. Here.
Another instrument of freedom.
Where do you think you're going, Prime?
Wait, who was that? Megatron? Oh god. What? I sure die a lot in this game.
Anything I can use to protect the Autobots.
Where do you think you're going, Prime?
Oh my god. Okay, one down. Two down.
Enough distractions. I've got a job to do.
True. All said. I do like doing my job.
Perceptor, I found the controls.
Excellent. You should be able to reroute Energon from the Ark directly into the long-range artillery.
It appears to be working. Rocket system is online.
The code looks pretty rusty, so I'm going to link the artillery controls directly to your targeting computer.
I'll find some Decepticons to try it out on.
We don't have enough energon cubes to power a full-scale assault. Ready the shuttle for a launch. Now all we need is a little energon and a lot of luck. I don't know.
Marauder incoming! I'd be curious as to what an artillery strike would do to that marauder.
My sentiments exactly.
Nobody's even gonna know you were here. Artillery online.
Let's finish this. This damage has put me at risk.
Not anymore.
Shelled pretty bad by those warp cannons. Shields are holding for now, but it's just a matter of time.
Help is on the way, Ironhide.
You can activate more defensive weapons. Move back through the engine room. I found a neutron gun near the flight deck.
On my way. Forward, Autobots.
Transform and roll out.
Welcome.
Thanks for the help, Optimus. We'll take it from here.
Artillery online.
Now that the Energon is flowing again, you should be able to open a direct route to the flight deck. Of course, I don't need to remind you that the more Energon we spend on these guns, the less there is for the Ark.
We'll have to find a way to launch the Ark when this is over. Perceptor, are you controlling this room remotely?
No. What do you mean?
The room is shifting.
I am noticing a strange power surge in your area. Could be related to the Energon you redirected. You're nearing the main door that leads to the flight deck.
The power is out.
The schematic shows an access panel nearby. You should be able to force it open.
Help us! We need backup! Shoot him!
All right.
Anybody! If anyone can hear me,
Our
start screaming!
Transformers feels like a boss.
If anyone can hear me, feel free to listen in as I execute your friends.
Starscream.
Oh, I wish he had the classic voice.
Optimus! It's an ambush!
Don't expect any mercy, Autobot. I wasn't offering any.
Who are you?
I needed that.
You who are without mercy would ask for it? I thought you were a man of sterner stuff. No, you don't, Megatron. Out of the way, Hot Rod. I'm looking for the thing to open the weapon thing, if that makes sense.
Optimus, what's going on?
I couldn't save them.
Remember the Ark. If we don't protect it, there's no future for any of us.
Of course, Perceptor. You're right. I'm heading to the neutron gun now. Perceptor, I can see the Ark just ahead. Thank the Matrix, it's still standing.
Be careful approaching the neutron gun controls, Optimus. Decepticon troops have overrun the area.
Roger that.
Greetings, warrior of Cybertron.
Pav Blaster. How do I... Oh. Wait, where? Assault rifle. Here, this one? Or which one? You can only choose the neutral assault rifle. Oh. Pav Blaster, huh? Okay. Yeah. So what do I get from here? What do I get from here? What do I equip? Slingshot, X-18, or the thermo rocket? Rocket cannon. Oh, not enough.
We still have control over the city's artillery. A strike should help clear the way.
Artillery online.
Alright. I'm upgraded.
Megatron, we have established a perimeter around the neutron gun controls.
Defend it at all costs!
Yes, Lord Megatron, but...
Without those defenses, the Autobots will be powerless to stop us from taking the Ark and its supply of Energon.
Yes, but...
I want the Ark! No excuses!
Yes, Lord Megatron!
Destroy him!
Not today.
Optimus, how about calling in an artillery strike?
What?
One sharp. Rocket incoming.
Oh my god. What do you think of the Megatron design? I like the classic design the most. He looks too pointy a bit, you know? Megatron looks really pointy. Wait. Who said what? Okay, you know what? We're going to sleep. That's right, we're going to sleep now. Thank you all for coming. It was a great stream. It was a long stream. Tomorrow is the day off and the day after tomorrow. So I'll see you all on Thursday. It's been a 6-hour stream. It's been great. I'll see you in 2 days, which I'll be recovering. I'll prepare something really special for in 2 days, okay? So good night. Bye-bye. I'm going to write the love and solidarity. There you go. Press end stream.